mean, sure.
Okay. All right, friends, we are here for more Go. Azzy has issued his challenge. He has very little faith. He's sick of Go, but he feels like he might as well play the game out and just have it done. Otherwise, people like Falcon will call him a coward. So I respect it. It's true. You know he would. If you just decided not to take the challenge and like we went into January, Falcon would have given you a lot of crap.
I can't watch your stream, right?
Well, you can. Doesn't matter. You're gonna see what I do anyway. I don't do anything secret. I see the same board you do. Unless I had some crazy thing. So if Azzy beats me, to remind everybody of these terms, he had until the end of the year to do this. It's a straight game, no handicap, which obviously puts Azzy at a disadvantage because I've been playing Go longer. If he beats me, he becomes a mod in my channel. Now, granted, he could lose his modship if he abused that privilege, but as long as he's relatively reasonable, like Falcon is, for example, no worse than Falcon, he can keep his modship indefinitely. If he loses, he doesn't lose anything. He just doesn't get the chance to be a mod. Falcon tried to make it so that he can never be a mod again. I think that's a little bit harsh considering the terms. No. So I'll just put that to the side. As he can still earn his way to modship via enough squiggles as long as that position is still open. So I'm going to send Azzy the challenge. I gave him a lot of time. A lot of time. That way we can kind of talk about what we're thinking. He wants to be black, so that is what it is. I made sure the game's not private, because that way we can review the game easily if anybody wants to look back on this game. You're quite welcome to. Board size 19x19, no handicap. Yep. Super. And after the game is over, I will be discussing our game, regardless of who wins or loses. I will grant, Azzy could actually win this game. So I'm right now in 18Q. Plus or minus, of course. It says 2 over there, actually 17 plus or minus, but let's just call it 18. As he's a newer player, which means it's kind of hard to pin him down. He has some good instincts, meaning like towards where I'm at, but then obviously he, doesn't have as good control over life and death problems and stuff, meaning it's gonna be easier for me to live in those small enclosures, so it's easier for me to be aggressive. But if I get too aggressive and then he punishes me, gonna be bad. I also like to usually play in the corners, and as he usually likes to build territory on the outside, he lets me invade, so because of that, I could have a problem with a big Moyo, and I have to learn to take advantage of that eventually, so let's see what we can do. Sorry that my thing covers our names, but you can see them otherwise. It's not a big deal. So, Azzy, whenever you're ready, you may start. It'd be great if Azzy just resigns. And I lose.
God, who's watching? No one's watching.
Yet. No jump in, don't worry. Actually, Afro's here, Dracus is here. So you got some people watching.
No.
They're gonna enjoy this, Azzy. I'm gonna enjoy, even if I lose, I will enjoy the game regardless. You're one of the more active people in my chat, meaning that I'm less concerned with making you a mod anyway. That's why I'm willing to take those terms. I wouldn't take that for a lot of people, so it's not really a big deal.
Go easy on me?
I'm not gonna go easy on you. That's a completely different thing. Okay, that's fair.
God damn it.
I mean, you have a Shamari facing this direction, so I should play here. See, he has this shape going this way for strength, and he has this stone set up to make more territory in this regard. I should either play in the middle or make an approach, one way or the other. The problem with the approach is if he plays in this general region, I didn't really expect that. That'd be playing into the Hani at the head of 2. I think just doing that is fine. I could have actually stood this way as well. That would have been okay. The reason I like this move is that if he's tempted to play right here, then I can Hani at the head of 2 this direction. And my shape looks a little bit better than his because this stone over here doesn't provide as much attention. I don't know the exact way you play to these stones because usually this isn't the response that I see, but I'm just less familiar with these particular options.
I see. Thank you.
The only reason I played one of them myself is because I saw that he was probably going to try to take this territory for himself, so I've increased the value of this territory commensurately, which gives me something back, because even if I do have a fight over this... Even if I do have a fight over this this area here, I should get something for it. This might be too small at this point in the game, to be honest with you, but I don't want him to cut out on me. I mean, I could end up capping him and going down this way and taking a large swath of this, but this makes it very nice for me to develop here, which is exactly where he had set all of his stones to develop. So this Shamari looks really bad going in this direction. So because of that, I mean, it's not terrible, but because of that, I've made any plays over here look a little bit more silly, and now everything he wanted just doesn't really happen that way. Couple options. I could go for a pincer. This one looks best. I'm not that great, but this one looks best to me. But just because my stone's a little low here, I don't know how him pincering into me works. I guess I have a lot more safety near the bottom of the board. I can also just extend, but then he kind of gets this area for free.
The hell's pincering?
I'll pincer. I might have wanted to do a little looser of a pincer now that I'm thinking about it, but Azzy, what the hell's pincering? I'm not even sure how it goes for me, to be honest with you. I don't know what the normal response is for someone in your position now. I don't remember. I have a couple ideas of what you might. That is one of the ideas. I thought that might be one of the normal things you can do. I'm not sure what's considered normal and what's considered abnormal. This is all new to me, and I'm okay with that because I'm willing to experiment. That's the one gift I'll give Azzy. Instead of just trying to like avoid things that are a little bit iffy for me, I'll play. Like I could have just avoided playing near his stones over here because they were in a formation that I don't usually see. I could have instead just enclosed as well and taken what I could, just enclosed. He encloses, I enclose. He probably would have made an extension. That would have been whatever. But he would have had a slightly bigger aspect of the board, I think, in the long run. And I didn't like that prospect, so it's better for me to try to play in a way that is still solid, because this is a relatively solid shape over here. And this doesn't look too squished yet. I still have space to run out in this direction, which also weakens this shape down here. But, you know, it's
Illuminati. Boom.
I could have tried to cut, like, to set up for the cut there and then use the power to cut through the shape. I'm not sure if that works, though. I didn't want to bother. I like to be solid first. As I'm pretty sure if I play here, he probably wouldn't even cut. He'd just extend backwards, and that looks kind of worse for me. This is interesting. Okay. This is nice. I set myself up for quite a few plays here. It seems kind of slow, but it gives me a better ability to reach out here because it's harder for him to stop both reaches. And there's some play I really want to take after this. There's a good follow-up. My brother always says, you know, no move is great unless there's a follow-up in addition to that. The move might be fine by itself, but there should at least be something that requires your opponent to play, because keeping Sente is very important. In this case, there's a couple options. This one looks fine to me. He'd probably just do that, and I'd take the stone. And he doesn't really have an option over that. It does strengthen this, which weakens this, but he still doesn't have a base. So that sort of probing move is problematic for him, and if he plays this one instead, then I'm going to go like this. And he doesn't really have the luxury of playing here as well. As he's really thinking, you can tell. The gears are spinning. When Azzy runs low on time, which is a long time from now, but if he ever runs low on time, he's going to start feeling the pressure when it starts saying 5, 4, 3 every time you go to make a move. I hate that. It's my pet peeve. I need to know, don't get me wrong, I need to know I'm about to run into one of my periods at the end, but I think that was a reasonable move by Azzy. I think this stone the stone I took wasn't worth his being disconnected here. And it's worth it to me because now my strength is my shape looks a lot better. It's hard for Azzy to do much to it. And now I can kind of close him off. So he might still be able to live down here depending what plays he takes. I'm actually not even sure how that works out in the long run. But I'm okay with this here because the natural response is either this. I can take this at any time once I'm worried, or I block. I don't think I have to block that right now. I think this is worth. This is an aggressive play, but it's safe for me because of this, and it's kind of taking all of his eye space. He probably might be able to live like small here, but I'm getting all the outside influence, so that's fine. Like, these stones look pretty silly. They do technically reduce my wall because they're out enough that I'm not going to be able to like cap them or anything. They're going to get out into the middle, but you know, now I have some nice looking stones facing in this direction here. He can probably reduce, but I might be able to make some points. Maybe. That's questionable, I guess, over here. If he gets the first move, I won't. So how are you feeling right now, Azzy?
I'm gonna lose.
You don't know that.
Yes, I do.
I think he'll live no matter what I do here, and that's my problem. Because if I play here, he closes in there, I make it into 1, and I have to play something greedy like that, which doesn't really work out for me, I don't think. This doesn't even look as interesting anymore because I don't think I can kill it. Even if I did, it would... Well, pressing on the shape gives me outside influence, so I guess it's fine. I strengthen my shape on the outside every time I press on this shape, so I guess that's okay. As long as he has to respond. The difference would be if he doesn't have to respond, then I put myself in a bad situation. Okay, I don't think anything he has to do requires a response now. That was the one free move I had that kind of makes me have more of this influence. I don't think I can do anything with that. Because of that, I need to take more. And for me, more right now is probably... I'm not even sure. Something like this, he'd like to have that. Because right now you can see he's probably going to be fine down here. And an extension like that lets him get more space. So now I've really cramped that up. So now at most he'll get this. At least I think. It depends, obviously. I'm not as good with knowing what the territories will be, obviously, as you've seen from some of my games. But I don't know. This just feels like a good move. There's obviously a lot to be left over in these places. Like, obviously, that approach was coming eventually. I don't want him to have this. So I want to play in a way that... That's hard. I don't really want to play on the second line right now. I could just back up like this, making his extension look a little bit weird. But he'll slip into the corner, which is fine. He can have the corner if he wants it. I think this does a lot for me. It actually develops this area anyway, so I think this is an okay move. It's not amazing. It's alright. It's a fair move. It's not going to bite me, and that's the bigger problem. And I just have to make sure I get in here soon. Let me ask you, Azzy, are you on 2 monitors right now? Can you see my stream while you're watching? Like while you're playing?
I can tap through windows. Like,
okay.
I don't have.
But like when I say something in real time, you can't look over real quick and see where I'm pointing at.
Oh, no. Your stream has a delay.
I guess that's fair. You could, as long as you time it correctly. I guess you could. It's whatever. My plans are a little bit more vague anyway. There's just a couple areas I'd like to play in. I got like 4 minutes on you in time, so that's nice. I can afford to play slow near the end. I hope Azzy times out. I hope that's how he loses. That'd be hilarious. It counts. It's legit. That's actually fine. That doesn't work very well because I can force it down. Okay, that makes it threatening because I can't do the Atari, so I think that's a fine shape. He has developed in a way that's going to help this, so I have to get over there as soon as possible. Or take something of equal value. It'll be fine. I'm surprised that our good friend Falcon's not here. I know he's on vacation, but still. This does matter for Inside Influence, but I don't think this move threatens anything. It's not pushing me down. It hasn't made any territory for itself yet. This is still big. Because the first move pressed him that maybe he would live along this line. Now he can't be in here at all, basically. Like, he might have stones, but he won't have points. The points will face in and in. As long as I keep these stones separated from these, I'm fine. I can just reach out to friends and it'll be alright. Also, they're third line stones, so I'm less concerned about them making territory. I don't really need to push them down. They've pushed themselves down. If I don't play there, sometimes I don't know very well, but I feel like that would have been a good spot for him to play, because sometimes playing on top helps you edge out territory, and playing up here just looks bad because the disconnection is much more. A one space jump is hard to split. The Knight's move is a lot easier. It's still hard sometimes, but I already have stones in the area, so he would be playing into a cut, so it just makes it better for me. Solid shape. I'm actually planning to make this into a better shape as time goes on, too. I have the option to make it into a table, so. And I have multiple places I can run, too, because even running straight into this is a good thing for me, because it hurts its liberties. It's going to be hard for him to solidify that in a way that matters. I'm actually tempted just to play this, but since I'm on the second line, I lose a liberty because of it. I think I'm fine. Just what happens here? If he plays up, I'm fine with that. If he tries to play on top directly, I scrunch him this way, but he'll go up. That kind of turns into a little bit of a cluster. I think I'll play safer. These moves technically aren't connected, but this only needs to connect in one direction, so it really doesn't matter. I'm more just denying him good shape in this area because the one space jump there looks bad, as does the Knight's move, but the Knight's move no longer looks good because of lack of liberties. That stone will die if I don't pay attention to it. In this case, it's cutting him off from his group, so I need it.
Fuck, man.
Gotta think, Azzy. Gotta give a lot of thought to your moves. I believe in you, friend. I believe that you will get close. As long as I don't kill you everywhere, there'll be some respect as long as the game's close, right? Falcon can't tease you as long as it's a close game. That kind of stops him from expanding further to make more territory for himself. It's not really putting direct pressure on this, but it's threatening another move where I could put a stone inside and potentially get it out, which would cut this stone off and make him on the run again. So I feel just good shape. Everybody likes the table shape, right? And the best thing is if he presses this direction, it's putting pressure on this, which is currently still floating. Because I'm just going to go that way. The good thing, too, is that whole Moyo thing I usually have a problem with. My really only big concern with Moyo is this right here. This corner going in this direction. It's a pretty big one. But it's not going to all, materialize like that because I have lots of plays in here to reduce this. So basically he's going to get up this side to the corner here, which is a lot. But I should get just as many points here if he can't reduce me first. If I can get the first plays over here, which it looks like I will thanks to this. I don't really have my own corner because I was forced to play on the outside most of these equations, but a lot of these stones also might not live because he made some rather large extensions. This is a large Knight's move, which isn't really connected. This is still floating. This is still floating. This will probably live. There's way too much space for me to kill that. I don't really need to concern myself with that stone. Even if it did die, which it won't, it doesn't matter enough. Me locking this in is the biggest play that I can make. If this were to die, I actually think that's more points than he'll get through all that. Okay. Not a bad timing for that. The thing is, I don't think it's a threat. It's too loose. This especially. So I have places to run to. Now he's gonna try to press from this direction probably, but even in this direction, he's gonna be hurting this group, and I'm gonna attack it.
What?
What? What's your problem?
Why'd you play in the middle of all my pieces?
Because I think it'll live. You're trying to make that whole box yours, right?
Maybe.
So no thanks. If that stone lives, you'll get nothing. Not nothing. You'll probably still close off something, but there's a decision you have to make. Do you play something closer to Q12 and just accept that you're not going to get any points in the middle, which would be a pretty aggressive, like a pretty passive play, and just say, okay, fine, I won't get any points in the middle, or do you try to push me in a certain direction and hope to kill me? It's two options, and the question is, which one do you think is more likely to happen, and which one, and does it matter enough? Because if you think that one choice is the only way you could win the game, you have to take it. But if you think there's other plays you could make that win the game, then you could just play more passively. I can't tell you which because you're supposed to be winning on your own, but, that's what we should be thinking about. That's actually what you want when you're in my sort of situation here, because now this stone is going to give me power. I'm hoping he does this one, because this one looks better for me. But I have to take what it'll give me, basically. I see what he's doing here, and that's okay. That's actually a smart move. He could have, in theory, taken this first and then gone down there. So maybe the order isn't exactly what you'd hope for, but that's fine. This is a problem in theory, and I will have to attend to it. However, I think that with the fact that I still have plays underneath here, and there's a lot of pressure I can put on this particular group, I think I'll probably still be okay. Because these are all loose. This is actually a solid one, but the rest of it's really loose. And I still have an option to peek in this direction anyway, and over here, and over here. Interesting. I think that's fine. I do have to have some concern over here. It's my problem, not his. I still don't think that was necessarily the move. He could have put more pressure on this, but I'm the one who has to make this okay, not the other way around. Let's do this. This is already so low in time. You only have 4 minutes before you start using those 30-second things. You gotta be careful, man. I like this play more because it puts pressure on this particular stone, which I care. I could have played on the other side and pushed it down, but I don't want to do that. That gives strength to this chain, which is what I'm trying to kind of push through. I'm wondering if I take this, do I have more power to poke down and making that entirely obsolete? I don't know. This might help. This is a solid move for a lot of reasons. Whenever you have the double poke, like the double peep, you always know you can take one or the other, which is a pretty big factor. And obviously that's a nice lion's mouth, so tiger's eye, I mean, whatever. Nice.
It looks like a question mark.
Well, yeah, with the extra pieces on it, sure. But I'm just talking about these 3 stones. So he can't really disconnect this. So I'm pretty good now. Now he has to worry about this. That is not worrying about that. I'll take that too, because this is going to increase the power of this, meaning it's less likely he can assault it during the fight, which is kind of important. I guess I probably should have taken this first. It was kind of important for the combat. Regret. What are you gonna do? Is this even worth playing? Probably. It's a lot of forcing moves that make me stronger on this outside here, so I can start putting pressure in this direction, because I can actually probably make a play like this and potentially disconnect, and then that's going to be forced into a very bad circumstance. There is some space for eyes, so it really depends how he plays it, but I can get stronger around it that way. I am worried, though, if I push it in this direction, I'm going to lose a lot of my points. Oh, or I could make that mistake. I mean, whichever. Now I just picked up some solid points here. This still has Aji for me later, because if I go this way, he'll be in trouble. He may have taken some of my points in this direction, but that's fine. This is still floating. There's still some reductions to be had. This might have been a little aggressive, but I have faith. Faith in my Go capabilities. We got this. I do have to keep this out. It's kind of worth. That's worth a lot too. Let me compare the moves here. Him playing that doesn't actually get him out, because even if he, well, I have to live though. I have to keep him out. Well, this is kind of connected over here. This won't be though. I have to do it. This is worth it. I just gained all these points back here, so whatever's going to be up there isn't going to be as big. It does matter for sure, but just not as much. This game's getting interesting for sure. It actually gets me good shape, technically speaking, because with these stones here. So I'm okay with losing that. And it actually gives me a forcing move back over here, which won't do me any good now, but in the future I can potentially use this to do something. Alright, basically no matter what, this is going to end up being an eye here, and I got at least one eye over there, so I'm no longer afraid of any of that. So there should be no way for this to live, but I'm a little bit afraid just because of some lax of liberties on these groups here. I actually need that play too, but so this is just kind of worth me killing. Like, just putting the stone in to give me good shape and to make sure these aren't really in as much danger.
Oh shit, my time? Oh.
Just keep playing. You got extra 30-second period to run out of time, so you'll be alright. But every move will have to be under 30 seconds, starting now.
Well, GG.
So you're going to make every move in 30 seconds. I believe in you, Azzy. You're just going to play fast.
Can't see.
Okay, so that's a move. I actually still need this, and that's fine. I think I'll still have space over here in between these stones, and this is worth it. This gates me a lot of points. Because realistically speaking, this is me in his territory, not the other way around. So it really doesn't matter as far as I'm concerned. It's not giving him some of his points, so I'm a little bit worried about how this is going to go in the long run. Because it's not giving him any of that. As he run out of time though, so it's okay. Safer shape, it's a little better. I was gonna do that, but I think that's aggressive. I need that. I actually need that too, I think. But I think I have enough space now that I'm connected, so it shouldn't be a problem. I'm playing a little bit unorthodox. I'm pretty sure this works. I don't think that's a threat at all. I don't think that matters. I think this is bigger. This is a whole lot of points, you know? That should do it. I've realized a small problem that I'm sure everybody else watching has noticed. And, I'll have to...
Wait, you named the stream Go for Beginners?
Yeah. I'm a
You
beginner,
call me a
man.
noob?
No, I'm a beginner. Well, you are too, but...
I'm a...
Okay, now I'd only lose a couple points, I guess. It's not the end of the world. I wish I could do that, but it doesn't really work. I think I'll just fix this now. It's worth it because this isn't gonna... I don't think this will be anything anyway. He can stop it pretty easily, so it's not really worth anything.
Oh my...
What?
That woman counting down?
It's stressful, right? You can never do it 5 times. That's what the number next to your thing means. If you hit 0, it goes down to 4, and then it'll restart at 30 seconds. But you don't want to get that low, because then there's real pressure on, you know? Definitely an interesting game, I'll tell you that. This just solidifies this entire group. Now it's fine. So this group is by itself not a problem because it should be connected through this, giving me plenty of space for eyes. So all my groups are settled now, more or less. So I'm not seeing any potential problems I could have. All I gotta do is make sure that I reduce what he's got going on. Interesting. It's not even a bad play, actually. I think this is fine. Kind of reduces one of the points he can take. It's small, though. There's probably bigger points on the board, actually. Like, this feels like it matters. How you feeling now, Izzy?
Actually, don't.
You what?
I don't know. Could go either way, I think. Alright?
Games thinks I'm winning by 35.5.
Shit.
You say shit. It hasn't given you some of your points, but it's given you almost all of them. Excuse you. It's worth something. So is this play, actually. I should probably do that soon. Now it's giving Azzy basically all of his points.
See my point section.
What'd you say?
I'm just checking.
It's fluctuating every play how many points I'm winning by. It's about 29.5 now. Although, let me see. Okay, it's registering that. Okay, cool. This is going to be the end of his life as he knows it. This play was way bigger. I should have played this 10 moves ago. That might have been a little bit overzealous. Does that matter? No. I think I should take the opportunity to make this a safer move. That's twice that I've actually made a bad move in which I had to go back and fix because of stupid shape. That was a dumb push earlier. I mean, I made it work because of Azzy not taking advantage, but it's neither here nor there. I actually made a huge mistake, Azzy, and I should have died, but you let me do this. I'll go back to that move later. I made a huge mistake. You should have killed me, and I shouldn't have killed you. But then you made another mistake, and I killed you. You were right. Your idea was correct, though. I should have died. It was the execution that was not good. The move after. Sorry, bro. I played too hastily, and I will, in my review, I'll go through that. I requested it undo. It's your option of whether or not you want to honor it. At your discretion, my friend. You did not honor it. Oh. Which one's worth more points? I need to kill that, but... Let me read. Life and death coming in. I got 6 minutes to read this problem. I'm pretty sure I don't need to take there, because that shape doesn't look good. It's bent 5 in the corner, not bent 4, is what I'm going to be crunched into, and that's not a good shape. I don't think anything you can do can save his shape there, because this is a false eye anyway. But is this Seki? If I don't play? If he plays... No, I can always take that, though. Right. I don't think I have to play there, but I don't remember. Because if he leaves it as that, and I do nothing, I surround the shape, I play here, and he can't play anything, and then I can take and kill. So it's fine. If he leaves it, it's mine. If he plays something like this, I'm now an Atari, and he'll end up with an eye. In the okay, I have to play something. Okay. I don't remember exactly how this goes, but that play would have ended me. Even if he lives, I think I still win, so it really doesn't matter. I just don't win by as much. And I have to connect, because otherwise I give him a free eye. And I think I play this one. No, maybe the shape is just alive. Maybe it was to begin with, and I just thought it was dead. Not really sure. I don't know. Might as well play it out. It really doesn't matter. It's probably alive because of the outside liberties it used to have, because it would have been in threat of dying, and I wouldn't have had to respond to the play. But because of how it is, I think it would have been alive. I'll examine that later. I'll go through a whole move thing. It's not my specialty. Okay, now it's dead. Because this doesn't work, because I do the take again, and then it's bent 4 in the corner, which is dead. I take this, he takes there, and I go, yep, okay.
What are you doing?
What's up, Kilton Ninja? Welcome back. I lost some points over here, but it's fine. It's our first game. As he challenged me for, he's a longtime viewer. He challenged me that if he could beat me in a straight game, he would get mod ship, but he only has one chance, and it was by the end of the year. And we're cutting it close to the end of the year. But it looks pretty definitive since I killed this group in the upper right. How are you doing? So he gets no mod ship from me. I wouldn't have given that offer to most people, obviously, but, you know. Lazy Sunday, I can appreciate that. My Sunday has been a little bit, not hectic, I wouldn't say, but there's been a lot going on, but nothing bad. Just work to do. Stuff to do. He's pushing wherever he can. There's still another point I need to take at some point. The game is all but over. I can basically push into him and make him lose a couple more points, but I don't think there's a bunch for him to do. Are you trying to do the same thing I did, Azzy? I'm looking to save that for a while. Guess I'll take that while it's still good. I'll fill the co. That's fine. Where else can I push him? Where are there points to be had? Yeah, well, I actually made a mistake. I assumed this was dead a long time ago, but it wasn't. And then there was one misplay that allowed me to reduce it to this shape here. Because I got bent for the corner.
Right?
It's up to your discretion. If you think you lost, you can hit the estimate score button and see how you think you're doing. Technically speaking, if I made a mistake, you could kind of come back, but I doubt you're going to get enough points. I mean, you are welcome to resign whenever you so see fit. Well played, Azzy. I'm gonna go over the review. If you'd like to stay, you may, Azzy. If you would not, if you're salty,
I'm gonna go cry now.
Okay. All right, review this game. We're gonna see a lot of the mistakes I made because I made a lot of big mistakes, big. GG's, Azzy. I know we already left the Discord, but all the same, GG's. All right, so let's start here. This is a normal move. I played this because I want the game to be more standard, but then, of course, he played another 3-4. These aren't really facing the same direction. It's not necessarily bad. I don't know a lot about like the opening like this. I mean, whatever. At our level, it's not even a problem. I played one of these facing my own territory because it looked like he wanted to make this his. You know, he wants to play a move like this because it gives him more space to develop. This stone looks kind of silly doing that, but I figured I would make a more standard shape. He made a Shamari yet again, which I figured. I went on this side. He touched. I actually kind of wish I did this instead. I like this a lot. It just makes his stones look kind of useless compared. He still has a potential disconnection, and it looks like I'm reaching out to my friends a little bit more, but it's fine. I think he didn't realize the stone was in trouble. I get free moves because of this. He is extending out, but it's a 2-space jump. We didn't really need to make a 2-space jump yet. It can be fine, but it gives me this move, so he actually has to play in here again. I can Hane for free because obviously we know this doesn't work. Granted, he could have played this, which requires me to fix, and I guess it gives him more space to live in the corner. I don't know. I don't even know what's worth it, to be honest with you. This is fine. It's an approach. If I were him, I would have actually approached from this side because it's developing more towards his stones, but I guess if he's worried about me developing in this direction, that's fine. Right? He's starting my development. And maybe Azzy. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'll give you another chance. I did a pincer. I actually was looking more at a further pincer or something, but I don't know. I kind of like the pincer I did. He jumped in, which is the only move I'm actually familiar with. I don't know how these play out, to be honest. I played a nice close Knights move. The reason why is if he tries to cut me off, this doesn't really work for him. Because I end up living on the outside very easily. I'll do best. I'll do best of 3. I don't mind that. I gladly do best of 3, no problem. I get more games out of you. I already have the advantage because I already have 1. Well, you want to do the next game?
Yeah, best of 3.
I have to finish the review, though. You know that, right? So now would be the time to go to the bathroom or anything if you want to take a quick break.
Okay, just message me when you're done. I'm going to mute myself.
Okay. So this shape looks a little bit poor for me on the inside, but it's his problem to make it look bad. Well, I can get all the development on the outside and make this more mine and this mine. Like, he could try to play something like this, but actually his liberties are looking low. He has 3. I have 4 right now. He has to take 1 away. I'm back at 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's got 3. I guess the only problem is I got these cuts they could try to take advantage of. So I guess he'd probably live. white has Comey, but black goes first. I'm not sure how this plays out necessarily, but I thought that it would work. He played more safe. I wanted that to help the stone out. This was a mistake by him. This does matter, but you need to protect these stones in some way, whether it be, you know, whatever kind of connection. Because me getting this move, and I chose this move because this looks worse to me because he just connects out. And like, yeah, I can get influence this way, but now these stones look bad. I can get influence this way. It looks a little bit better, but now this stone is kind of trapped, so I didn't like that. I opted for this because it's also a peep. He decided to block, so I take the stone. And now I have a nice, you know, Panuki with the extra corner looking around, which is basically an eye. We had a little fight over just the corner territory. I closed him in nice so he'd live small. At this point, I probably didn't even need to play this, to be honest with you. He was already going to live. I don't know why I did. I should have just Tanuki'd. But I still got Sente. So I made an extension so he couldn't make this his. He approaches. Oops, that was bad. He approaches. That's fine. I played a little bit. I played normally. He touched me. I decided I can make myself strong here. He went back to do an extension here. I think this is too early for this. These corners are still not all the way like done, and there's still extensions to be made before horizontal moves. He wanted to save the stones, but if he wanted to save the stones, he should have played closer anyway. I thought this extension would be huge for black, so I took it. This one still looks big for black too, but this one felt good to me. He took the other extension, but he took it low. Because he took it low, he got way less than he should have for this. He should have taken a bigger extension. If he took it, this would have changed the whole game, probably. Since it's low, I didn't mind, so I decided to live here. Now I need to save the group. He tries to fight both sides at the same time, and we basically just go back and forth, making sure that I have space and he doesn't. This table shape saves me a lot of effort later, by the way. I knew he couldn't push in here, by the way, because if he pushes in, I block. He pushes, I block. Now he only has 2 liberties. So if he tries to, like, be aggressive, I can always save it. And then, you know, poke in, get a chance to block. And, like, he'll be out. It's not really a ladder, but I can get a lot of moves on the outside with not too bad of cutting points. Like, inside looks bad, but the outside isn't too bad. Like, none of these matter because I could live on both sides independently because I have this Panuki. So I wasn't really too worried about that. I played here, Invasion. Him approaching is fine. I would have actually approached from this side because there's not as much space for me to go into here. It does threaten to eat up some of his points, and this is the aggressive play, but I think it's probably better. I poked down. He tried to disconnect me. This is a problem for him. You do not want to attach here. The attachment here allows me to shore up my shape and potentially get out, because even if he tries to cut, I have a choice. I'm probably going to Atari. He has a choice. Is he going to save the stone or is he not going to? If he saves the stone, I'm out. Instantly. Like, now he already has a problem. If he doesn't save the stone and instead tries to, like, cross-cut or something like this, I'll take. He can force me into rough shape, but now I'm out anyway. Like, he's going to push me towards the end. And, you know, he can try to stop me. But even once this cut exists, I have the Atari here where he has to defend these stones instead. You know, there's a lot of liberty problems through that shape. And I'm sure you could play it differently, but it looked good to me personally, so I already kind of knew that we were going to be in a good spot. I poke out. I'm already out here. I surround his stones. He now has to save these. He chose to play here instead to poke into my potential territory. So I tried to connect to my friends because I realized they were in trouble. He thought to go back here and cut. I didn't care enough, but I did fix. Double peep, he didn't fix either. So now I already know at this point that everything is connected because I don't need this connection. I have this connection going the long way around. So this is just some shape pushing. I made sure I cut off these stones here because now I have eye space. He's poking my territory. We just did some territory pushing, nothing fantastic. He threatened this. Now, this is only a threat because he could easily cut me off with the play if I ignore. This threatens to cut me off. I have to close, and now I'm cut. And I wasn't sure if this would live independently because if he plays something like, you know, if I didn't immediately take a move to, like, try to do something over here, he can try to play there first, and I didn't like that. Some more boundary pushing. I did this as a play, basically. He should have probably just done... When it was his turn, he should have done this. Oh, no, that's bad. Never mind. Okay, this is a good play, yeah. He has to do this. I do this. He should push me out. I reach. Actually, nothing works, I don't think. This shouldn't work. Yeah, this would have just worked. This was a risky play. It didn't really have any follow-ups, but because he let me do that for free, I knew I had to immediately turn. As soon as I'm in, it's good. Because he can't stop me. I'm connected, no matter what he does. This was just more shape pushing. He thought the cut mattered. I knew it didn't. I made more space to live by also pressing into his shape. That does matter enough because I don't want to go into my territory. That's okay. He can take that because now I get good shape for free and have a point later. I now have at least one eye and have a bunch of space for a second. I made sure those stones were mine, so no trouble. Really doesn't matter. I realized I had a critical error because if he plays here, so if I actually respond, right, and he plays here, I have a lot of problems because I can connect. He does this. Actually, sorry, that's not what he does. I connect. He does this. No, wait, I was reading something different. Oh, he cuts first. That was the problem, I think. I'm not sure how that played out. I had something in my head, but I guess it's not as big a threat as I thought. This just felt bad. It's probably because I would have had to defend. I thought something like this would happen, but that doesn't actually work. Okay. I didn't have to defend. I should have just Tanuki'd. I guess it's just for points. So I'm already pretty safe there. So his presses aren't a big deal. We're going to get to the point where I actually mess up later. These were good. This is a bad play by me. This is too greedy. This cost me in a second. At this point, I should realize here I have a problem coming up when I let him take the Ko. The shape was going to be alive no matter what I did originally. And here is where my issue is. This move. Now, I have to make this move because otherwise he'll cut me off. However, I can't make this move. Here's why. Now, granted, I could give up those 2 stones and connect. But, you know, it's leaving me in a bad spot. Now, I take that. Now I'm safe on the back end, but it still doesn't fix my problem. This fixes my problem. Now I don't have a problem. But I had made some mistakes that he should have taken 2 of my stones and been 100% 5 in the corner. No, he never would have died if he took those. It's just some boundary pushing, no biggie. I should take this move almost immediately. It's so big. Where's my empty triangle that almost cost me? Here. I should be careful with this empty triangle. What's up, Big Kitten? Is that Big Kitten or Bug Kitten? Bug Kitten. Welcome, welcome. We're just reviewing a game. We're going to play another one with our friend in a second. Here. I don't know why I didn't see this. This is looking really bad. And it allows him to get a free play in here. So, like, if I ignore, he gets this prey for free because he has to do that. He gets to do that. And now what am I going to do? I can't cut him off. I have to block. He takes. Now I can block. And, like, look, I lost a bunch of my space. If you win the best out of 3, yes, Azzy. And we're about to be done, by the way. This is a big play that he could have made. He didn't, but that's good for me. This is one of his mistakes. He should have played something like this. I push. That doesn't work. Done. Because I have to connect back. So I wouldn't have got too much from him. But instead... he let me poke in. So this is fine. Here is my problem. And it's because I got greedy, right? I should have just... No, I'm fine so far. This is what I needed to answer. I should have just answered this when the time came. That's what should have happened. So instead of doing that, I should have done this. He takes... That's fine. He takes a stone. Not a big deal. It's still a Ko. But actually, once I let him play this instead and make that bad shape, I don't really have a lot of options. I have to connect, and he can make forcing moves on the outside. And I don't know, it doesn't like turn into anything, but I almost let it when I played this. So like right here is my problem. I don't know why I did this. He could have just taken. And that's why his move was good. This is a really good move because it threatens this. I have to connect. I only have 2 liberties, but that's the best I can do because I don't have another... I'm glad you're enjoying, my friend. I'm also glad to be called a chap. I never hear that anymore. So his move was really good, which I'm proud of Azzy. And I don't know why I didn't realize I was an Atari. However, Azzy thought protecting his stones was worthwhile, which allows me to take this, getting myself out of Atari. But that doesn't actually fix my problem. Because he should do this, and then I have to connect back, and he takes the 2 stones back. Right. So like I should never have let these get into a problem. But when I made this bad play, they're dead already. You just have to make it happen. You know what I mean? But then even here, this is the play. But because you instead take the 2 stones that you had been, looking at, I guess. When you took this, you were looking at these 2 stones. You were looking too small. And because you were looking so small, I was looking bigger, but wrong, obviously. So you should have taken them. You deserved this. This should have been yours. I made huge errors over there, a lot of them. But it ended up not costing me a chorus, and we'll just skip. Everything else is small. I already knew these were actually dying, but I just didn't care enough. So this is how this should play. I take this, and as he threatens, I connect as he takes. I take this, as he takes this, it's alive. Well, yeah, of course, Ashcat. I mean, when you have a lot of groups with low liberties, it gets really scary. Even for me, you know what I mean? So here the group is alive. Because I can't play this, he takes, he's alive. I can't play straight, he takes, he's alive. So this doesn't work for me. The problem was that when Azzy took, and I took this, I was like, oh crap, the group's alive. I need this. This is the move that I need. And then he played over here. And I was like, that's points, but not as many. This is a whole group. So then it was dead. Azzy made me play it out, but obviously, depending which side you approach with this particular group, I either take, and you push me into the corner, and I wait. I just play on the outside, and... Oh, wait, that's alive too. Right? That's still alive? It is. Crap. I thought it was dead too. Because I can't connect. Because I can't connect, it'd still be alive. Well, it was still alive, actually. But Azzy played on the wrong side, and I fixed it. So this group should have lived too. Azzy might have actually won this game. Of course, I now answer this. It's not a big deal. Nothing happens of particular note. Everything else is just pushing. Yeah, everything else is just end game. And then Azzy resigns, the respectful thing to do. Alright, Azzy. Well, despite my many mistakes, I actually made more than I thought over here. This should have lived. 100% should have been alive. That's my fault. I'll message Azzy now. I don't know if he's watching actively, so I have to send him a message on... Oh, he's back. Hello. Alright, do you want me black or white?
Black.
Okay. Yes, Kilted Ninja. So, alright, before I send this match to Azzy, I'll actually show you my profile. This is not a Smurf account. I don't do that. I've been playing for a long time, going all the way back to, 2017? It's not a long time, that's a lie. 2016, but... I just play off and on a lot, because my brother plays. He's a, on OGS, he's a 2-Don now? 3-Don? Where is he? Sorry, 3Q. I meant to say 3Q. I didn't mean to say Don. On KGS, he's like a 2-Don, because KGS is a little bit... It inflates your rank a little bit, to my understanding, but... So, he made me start... And I played off and on, and I played a lot of games in person with him because I live near him. I appreciate that, Kilted Ninja. So I've been learning from him a lot. So during this dead time where I didn't play any games, I was still playing some Go, on and off. And I've been playing a lot recently. So I got back into it. I practiced with the bots just to get myself back situated. And I've been playing with some of my friends, which aren't ranked games, so they don't count. It's a lot of these games in between here have been non-ranked. With Azzy, we're playing non-ranked. So that's a big factor in it too. All right, so did you want more time, Azzy? Because I know you were running low.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'll give you another 10 minutes to the main time. Does that help? I'm white.
Probably.
You'll be black. Let's do it. Oof.
No. Oh, I missed it.
That's okay. You can just hit undo. I'll accept. No problem, bud. Pro moves already. All 4-4s. We got this game, guys. About to see some 9-Don play. That is not typical. And here goes, right? My opening is my worst part of the game, actually. The opening and some of the mid-game territory building are my worst. Yeah, Azzy's a viewer, technically speaking. I'll play I'll play viewers. I got no problem with that. As long as it's not ranked, because I'm not gonna play ranked with someone who's, you know. Well, speaking of Ashcat, 3-Dan, that might be a little bit of a stomp. I'm not even sure what to do over here anymore. What are you doing, Essie?
Expanding?
Okay. I might lose the game. I don't know. I'm not even sure how to handle this. I think I'll just go ahead and take a... I'm not even sure. He wasn't crazy like this last game. I don't know what happened to him.
I'm mad, dude.
So you're mad?
I'm really mad. I'm boiling.
How this is playing out so far?
I'm gonna win.
I'm glad to hear it, man. Ah, that's not so good. That sucks. I'll just turn over here. That's fine. I'll just make it as complicated as possible for Azzy. This was a bad play. Az was pushing him down this way. That was a bad play. So I'm now reaping... I'm reaping what I sow. Fair enough, Ashcat. I just figured breaking into the middle here was nice for later, because obviously he's trying to build a big Moyo. So the sooner I can get in here in a safe way, I thought was better. Look at him, Furry, playing Dota 2 instead of playing Go with us. Coward. Coward, I say! I wish I hadn't given you so much time, because now you're going to take 20 moves on your move. 20 minutes on your move. Here we go! Oh yeah, I've already made like 3 mistakes, like 3 big mistakes, like meaning like shape wise. Okay, awesome. Normally you want the 2 space, but this is fine. Because this group's over here and I can just always run into the middle, so... I don't need to make a base. I mean, he didn't take the actual point I would have wanted, but I don't really want to touch him either, so... He hasn't come close enough to my corner for me to feel particularly threatened. I'm actually just hurting his little Moyo over here anyway. Take that, Moyo! I wish I could draw fun shapes on the side over here while I wait for Azzy's turn.
You can just open paint or something.
I don't want to open paint. Don't you tell me what to do, Azzy. So where you guys all come from? Were you watching somebody else and then they ended their stream? Or did you just see somebody new was going it up? Oh, thanks, Kilton Ninja. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the love. Every time I stream Go, which is very rare, I usually stream other games, but every time I stream Go, the nicest people always show up. I feel like it's because Go is such like a respectable game. Like people are always like, good luck, have fun. GG, well played. Unlike Dota where people say it sarcastically, like GG, like 6 seconds into the game. I actually probably should have played on the other side there. It would have killed his base developing. But I guess technically speaking, I'll still get to play in this direction, so it'll still hurt. What's up, Dragus? I don't really care if that's closed in, really. It looks like he's trying to close in a Moyo now, and I could just make a move towards the middle, but I'm not sure which is the biggest thing. He's going to get this no matter what I do, probably. I can reduce a little bit on the sides, but not much. I don't know. I think just like a play like this will be fine. It'll live one way or the other. I think. As he surprises me sometimes. I never know anymore.
Only sometimes.
Yeah, it's Go, Drakus. The Asian, I'll say Asian because they say Chinese or Japanese or what have you, board game. I can always teach you to play, Drakus. This is technically weak right now, but I'm actually strengthening it by making these inside plays, unless he blocked in this direction, which would weaken it, of course. This is fine, because this hasn't even been decided yet, and I could still, in theory, take the low ground here, or on the other side, I could just extend and live. Well, Drakus, I want to play Dota on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Today is Sunday. So anybody giving you tips gets a permanent ban, which is very interesting. However, you have to win. So if they think that their tips will make me win, then they don't have to worry about a permanent ban because you won't be a mod.
Well, shit.
Don't give this fool any tips. So I respect the move. It doesn't work, but I respect it. Equal opportunity tipper. Okay, fair. Realizing your problems.
Maybe.
He actually strengthened me here, so now I'm gonna have like a monkey jumpable opportunities later. Not now, but later. Not even really a monkey jump because I already have the bottom line, so I can kind of just go in pretty freely. Especially since pressing on this shape on both sides is going to cause him to have to make plays. Not right away, but like if I'm pushing in here and he plays down, he'll lose liberties fast, and it'll cause him to have to make an extra play, and I can make that extra play to play more aggressively and connect back. This is a lot of Aji, but this is what I want to play around. Actually, this in particular. That just kind of put me in a little bit of a rough spot, but yeah. I see enough space to live, that's all. I could have reached over here, but I thought that was too aggressive. Most of my points are over here. This giant cube, which is a lot. I might make points in this corner here, but that's going to depend on this stone. I have a lot of... What's up, Substick? Let's go, my friend. That's a rough one. How do I play around that? If I play here, I'll stay connected to this stone and this stone, which should be enough. I think that's fine. He could play in this direction and make this difficult, which is a problem because that was my invasion stone. But I think in the process, I'll get some... Like, I'll either like have something poking in this way or this way, and one way or the other, I should get the same result. and this group is still looking cramped. It's gonna live, but unless I can cut through like this, and then it would really be pressed for space. I love all my normal viewers are coming in and they're like, what? Let's go. Like, what is this nonsense? It's like, let's go. I've been trying to get people to play for a while. If you go back in the Discord, all of you from my Discord, I've been trying to get people to play Go for a while. I have Azzy. We're on game 2. Best out of 3, and I won game 1. Okay, now that's looking much more solid. That's probably going to be fine. I could cause trouble, but it doesn't really end up in this particularly great spot for me. Like, I don't care enough. This, on the other hand, looks big. Because if I get this too... so I played Dota 2 on Tuesdays and Thursdays. On Fridays and Sundays, right, Kilton Ninja? Yes. So on Fridays and Sundays, I play a variety of different games. It depends on my mood. Like, we usually go through cycles. So I've played a lot of, I guess this is already done, so that's cool. I've played a lot of, shooters. I've played a lot of Souls-likes recently. So I played Dark Souls. I played Bloodborne. I played Sekiro, which is probably my favorite, et cetera, et cetera. So I've played a lot of those games, and I pretty much change depending on which games come out recently or what's particularly popular or what I like to play. But Dota's the one staple I go back to normally. Go is one of those flavor things. Like, once in a while I'm feeling Go, so I play Go. And if my viewers are particularly hard-pressed to play something that's multiplayer, then I'll be more apt to just say, all right. Mario Maker, yes. I haven't played Jurassic World, but I have played Mario Maker 1, never on stream. Mario Maker 2, I haven't played on stream yet. I do own it. I just haven't played it. I talked to my viewers before, and they didn't seem like that into it. So I didn't want to, like, push it, I guess. Alright, what's biggest now? There's some plays to make over here just to kind of close this off, because I actually might make points in the middle here, which would be cool. But it's less likely that I make a lot, which kind of hurts. I could reach out here and make this a safe place, or I could make the play over here now. I gotta stay connected in general. I think this is big. Well, potential for me is actually to do this in general, because this isn't alive in any sense. It is a start, but it's not really. And it makes this connected, so this entire thing is alive, more or less. I mean, obviously there are Knight's moves, but more or less. Yeah, there's a cat in the background. It's like up over there. My cat's unfortunately,
Aww.
my parents reinforce my cats crying. When they cry, they pick them up and coddle them, which obviously is a bad thing, because you don't want to do that to a cat, because then they're just going to learn to cry all the time every time they want attention. But be it beyond me to tell them how to train. I know, right? Bug kitten, Ash cat, and the cat that's crying over there. Like I said, be it beyond me to tell them. I could just take that instead of answering there, but this is still a big move he would get, so it's not really worth it to me. Okay, now that's I was gonna hope to kill that if he didn't answer, but that's fine. Nothing is currently in Atari. Although that's not problematic. I could just take that. Okay. I'll just stop any potential. I'd pick the cat up, but it doesn't like to be picked up. So, Getting complicated, but I can appreciate that. I had the shape point, which is very nice for me. This is what I'm worried about here, but I'm fine as of this moment. That's very much strength in this area, too. This leaves me some Aji for later. I don't think it's essential at this exact moment. I don't think this is worth enough points. Something like this is probably worth more points to do something over there or something down here, but I'm actually worried about a couple plays here, too. If I can make a play there, then I stop him from doing that. I have options, is the point. This doesn't seem big enough yet. I'll play this instead. If I can get this, game's over. Because he could have all of that, and it'd be fine. I hope he won't, because I have this little tunnel in, but absolutely. Separate the stones, keep them weak. Now there's no space to develop together, meaning that he basically has to look for opportunities. I'm not even so atypical. I guess that's fine. Makes it harder for him to play around them. Yeah, exactly, Ashcat. That's what I'm thinking. I knew they weren't dead yet. That's why I was hoping to get a move up there. And it actually meshed well with my other moves. Like, it was off an extension of this fight. Here, I was able to take that move more or less for free. Not actually for free, but... They might have been dead before the Hane. Problem with that move there, it's good shape, but then he gets this move for free. I don't like that. Inside, I have no problems. I'm all set up, so that's fine. Wow, I can't believe I didn't see that. That was dumb. Huge mistake. It's fine though. This isn't even that bad for me. It's not good, but it's fine. And in fact, it's still dead. That one I see. Yeah, big sad face. It's okay. It didn't actually change the results. He got something for his time, more or less. Just the captures. I know I'm getting pumped. I got all my viewers here. I gotta buckle down. I gotta pretend no one's watching me and just like play slow. I'm playing too fast. It's okay though. Like I said, I still have enough going on for the year.
Oh, so you make mistakes when you play fast. Okay.
I make what?
Mistakes?
When I play fast? I mean, yeah. Who doesn't? I actually don't even think I need to answer that, but I will just for the sake of answering it. It just shores up my territory up here anyway. You're gonna be a sad panda when you realize that none of this works for you. I beat him game 1. We agreed on a best of 3. So I'm doing my best to make it happen again. Living the dream, you know? What are you even doing, Azzy? That's okay, friend. I'll just play safe. I don't want to end in Gote if possible. I thought he would answer, to be honest with you. I didn't have an option how I ended in Gote, but I thought he might feel obligated to not let me push. It's not really worth anything more than a point, but I thought he would do it. So I left myself an endgame point to end in Gote, I guess. I didn't really have an option. I had to play something, I think. Maybe I might not have just been able to leave it. It wasn't really worth a whole lot, but this doesn't seem like it matters either. There's bigger points to be had. Like the move I've been waiting to play for a while, like this. I was about to start counting liberties, and I was like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, never mind. I was like, no, we're counting liberties. Because the 2 here, well, 3, mean that there's no way you can stop that. Yeah, okay, I kind of have to do that. I'll lose a lot of points if I didn't get that. And you were right, by the way, Bug Kitten, that white already won. Has won. I'm taking everything he holds dear and near over here. This is all of his points here. That's it. Heck, I'm actually making points, too. I didn't expect to make much. I just thought I would deny it, but I actually have points down here now. Let's see. Okay, first time to estimate the score of this game. Yeah, that's about right. This is for you, Falcon. I know I killed the ninja, right? How does this work out in my favor? I could just play safe, but if I want it to die, I did assume his points. You're right, keeper boy. Welcome, by the way. I don't think I saw you earlier. Oh, you said yellow. Sorry for the missing your yellow. I have assumed his points. I play here. He plays there. He's at 3. I play over there. If he blocks, I connect. Faulty hinge, problem. If I play here instead, and he does that, I'm not really sure how that plays out. This is fine either way. I'll be reducing him, even if he somehow lived in the corner, which I don't think is possible. It's really not relevant. Yeah, he can't. Fair. He can't approach because he dies, so that works. That's not a real threat. So instead, I think... Can I ask you a question, Azzy? Because I know you don't want to resign until you think the game's over, which is totally fair. So you know the group that's centered at G15?
Huh?
Do you see your group at G15? That's where like the open spot is.
Hmm?
Okay, do you think that's alive or do you think it's dead?
Well, when you say it like that,
I'm just asking. Like, are you banking on that group being alive?
perhaps.
Okay, that group is not alive, just so you know. No, it was dead anyway. B19 was really just there because it just made it so that there's nothing he could play, so it makes everything safe. Because a lot of stones over here only have a couple liberties, and I didn't want there to be like some chain reaction where he like found the play where he could get an eye in theory, and then could play more aggressively outside of it. So I just didn't want it to happen. It was more just me being a coward that was the problem. I don't really have to play there either. I mean, it doesn't really matter, I guess. I don't have to play over there either. Does the cut at B15 work if we don't B19? B15? No. It doesn't. I can just play somewhere else, to be honest with you. Where do I play? Devin Fraze, thank you for the follow. Much appreciation. It scared the crap out of me. I was like so focused on this move to see what you... Just because you were irritating me. Okay. I know, Ashcat. I didn't really need to. I know. I was being a fool. That's what I do. I make foolish plays to irritate the people who watch me. Nah, that's true. Massachusetts. It's I. Part of the United States, if you're not familiar with the United States, because a lot of people actually aren't. Good move. My hidden knittin'. Well, thank you for the follow. That really threw me. By the way, the game thinks I'm up by about 132 points, just so you know. Would you just like me to break your spirit? It's very cold, Ashcat. It's very cold. It's awful, and I hate it. I do not like, excuse me, the cold. I do have to play that. $70. That's a good temp. I wish I knew what that was like. Sorry, friend. Where are you, Parrish? Can I do this? I think I can do this. Yeah, okay. Fair. I want to just crush Azzy's spirit, but I also want to play well, so I don't go back and say, like, yeah, I probably shouldn't have bothered, or I shouldn't have done that. Like, I don't know. Let's poke more into his territory. I don't think Azzy has a lot of points. There's not a lot else to play. Pretty much everything on the board, besides the bigger group in the bottom middle. Well, the middle, I guess, his group in the middle, and the right is all dead. So there's really not a lot else I can do. You're gonna pass? Okay. I think you'll be shocked when you see what it thinks is dead. All right. You gonna accept?
No. I
You're not.
believe it's this.
No. Get your nonsense out of here. Don't make me call a mod to ban you. Stop it. Azzy, I want to get on with my review. Thank you, Cosmo Go. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciation. Pretty much everything you have is dead. Except that middle thing. You also just resign. That would be acceptable too. The respectable thing to do. Why isn't it giving you your points? Thank you. Thank you. I saw you playing earlier, Cosmo Go. For a little bit, for like 10 minutes. Before I broadcasted, I was kicking it in your chat. Your game looked complicated, a little bit beyond my level. I am nowhere close to getting to the pro level of things. Double-digit Q territory. Oops, I meant to do review. GG, Azzy. C's already left the chat. That's fair enough. Azzy gets no mod ship today. So, we're going to review this game. So, we played some 4/4 stones. Pro game already. This is not typical. If you want to take the corner, you know, a lot of people would just play like a Shamari in any given direction. I don't really like playing the 3/3. You can't. I've heard that it can happen. I just don't like it. I just decided to ignore it because this doesn't really threaten to expand very fast. This is kind of any typical move because it's the large knight's move, so I just play it on top. Okay, Ashcat. These are rather big as far as extensions are concerned, but he's giving up the entire corner to me, and I can come back and hit the stone. So he is making a rather large territory over here on the 4th line, which I should be concerned with. So in theory, I could have just left at this point, probably. I think I could have just taken like a move, like, I don't know, like that, probably, maybe a little bit less, and been fine. Right? Right, Keeper Boy? That'd be great. I could have just taken something like that, and then no matter what he plays, I could just leave. Either way, we play it out. He decides to try to make that live. I was expecting this to be over, to be honest with you. I was just going to take the honey for free. I don't know what made me do this. This is too small, probably. I should probably just play somewhere else. This is a bad move. But since he ignored it, I was going to kill. That's already dead. At this point, here's my problem. I shouldn't bother. They're alive separately. Yet again, leave. The stone doesn't matter at all. I just leave and go somewhere else. However, I decided to Atari, and because of that, it's because it's setting up the second Atari, which is what I was hoping for, but it was way too small. When I push this down, you can see how lower my liberty is before I kill it. And I can't keep turning, and I knew that, because once you do this... No, actually, that works, doesn't it? Yeah, never mind. That would have worked. I could have just done that, actually. I don't know why I was afraid of the cut. I was afraid he'd have time, but I guess he doesn't, because if he does this, I just kill and everything's fine. That would have been better, too. I don't know why I didn't play that properly. I know better. This is an unnecessary move. I didn't care about the stone and Atari. It didn't matter to me. He took. I didn't need to take either. Nothing is immediately in danger. I could have, if I just wanted to poke in, I could have poked in. Unnecessary play. This move is probably... I just try and get the group out, but it's too disconnected. If you want to get the group out, you could just make like a 2-space extension to make a base over here. That'd be fine. I ignored. I just don't care. I wanted to approach this so it doesn't get so strong. I didn't want to make... You can... I could have made like a 2-space jump just to make a base, but I feel too cramped. So I decided going out into the middle made more sense to me. And since he let me envelop these stones, that was cool. He approached. I played normally around him. Since he didn't play on the inside again, because obviously normally black would play here, Since he didn't, I just decided making a little extension would make sure I was alive. Almost assuredly. Not, I mean, guaranteed. There's stuff that could happen, but, you know, it's less likely. He starts to make sure my shape can't get in this way. So at this point, there's only a couple ways I get into this. So obviously I have this entire window here, and I have this window here to get into this area. Pretty big, obviously. I took that one. He tried to close me off. I just made sure that I was connected. He tried to kill this. So this is a concern because I don't want him to connect underneath. Well, thank you, Devin Phrase. I like OGS. It feels smooth. It's a smooth experience, I guess. Sometimes at my rank, it's harder to find people who are willing to play. That can sometimes be a problem when I queue up for a game. Sometimes it takes a little while to find one. But other than that, I really like the way the game plays out. Just a fan. So the problem with this is if I ignore it and play whatever, at this point, I can play here, I guess. I could have ignored it for one move, probably. I guess I was afraid he'd do that, because then I do this, he threatens on this side, and now I'm locked off. I was afraid to be locked off, because obviously that's still dead, but I'm not in there. So I figured if I played here, it's a free, like now I'm really in there. Now granted, he could try to close me off, and he'd block, and then I'd cut. No, I'd still be in. I mean, it's still mine. That's the thing, is he can't really stop me easily at all. So I felt like that was a really strong shape to make. I don't know. I think it's probably worth it just to stay inside. That doesn't work. I didn't probably need to take. I was afraid that he was going, if I ignored, that he was going to play something like this. And then by the time I came in here, I can't take. Oh, I still can, actually. Oh, yeah, the throw-in. Oh, never mind. I didn't need to do that. The throw-in still exists. I just made sure he couldn't get into my corner because I was afraid. I could have actually been more aggressive if I really wanted to. I could have done this. I'm not really afraid he's being disconnected very effectively. I think I can still get there. Yeah, I'll still get to some friends. I could have done that. I don't know. He tried this little invasion. It's very important I don't let him separate me. Corner pushing. I just wanted to make sure at this point wasn't necessary, but this is like, okay, 100%. This is all alive, and now I have a base to work with in case I reach out. I reach to it. He ignores. I 100% connect, basically. This isn't a solid connection, but just because of all the space, it's probably going to connect. This is where things get complicated. So he puts me in Atari. I have to extend. Now, at this point, if I was him, I'd probably extend on the inside. Because he has friends over there. That might work. I think this one doesn't work. It doesn't matter as much because I just connect behind him. And he can always do that, but it doesn't work, obviously. We saw that. Hey, Falcomerk, thank you for gifting a sub to Afrochick. You're the best, my friend. I'm sure Afrochick appreciates it. Nice! I appreciate that. I did too. The match was not close. The match ended up being, you know, a lot. Oh, it was random. Okay, well, what a strange random one. So this generally does work, obviously, for him to live. I know, right? Afro's so lucky. The best part about this, really, is that I connect myself over here. This is already connected to itself on this side. So I'm basically connected indirectly. And he still has to worry about all of these groups. He worries about that one. That's fine. I think he thought I would connect this way, but I'm already connected. So I just made sure he couldn't live there. I kept him out of my area. He poked in. I needed to do something. I could have done this instead, but I was worried because as this goes on, I lose liberties and then he gets kind of free. I didn't like that. I thought taking was fine. He made no case shape, except I cramp it real quick because now he's out of liberties and I already have the shape point for the mouth shape that I made him make. Like, I made him make a mouth shape, basically, that I already have the shape point for. These are dead no matter what happens. There's just no way. I think he thought he could trick me. This is a huge move. It pretty much kills him entirely. As you can see, I didn't actually have to make this play yet, and I probably shouldn't have. I should have just done something simple, like, I don't know, like this or something, or done the Hane ahead of time. I didn't want any nonsense, so I said whatever. He wasted a move. I Hane, this is already dead. I think he thought he could poke out my eye, but he doesn't realize this is connected to, like, this is so much space in the world. It's never going to die. I played this because then he can't play diagonally, so it kind of limits how he's going to attack. He can play on the bottom in theory, but then I'm gonna Hane this, Atari this, and I'm gonna play it out. It doesn't really have a lot of places it can go, so he's gonna be separated no matter what happens. He played down there, so I did exactly what I said. I played so this can't connect. Even if this gets out somehow, I'm okay with that. I get most of the territory. I had to take this because this Atari matters a lot. So he gets to put another Atari. I have to connect. I have to stop this from killing me. So basically, what's going to happen if I don't do this, if I take the shape point, is he's going to... What was I thinking? He's going to cut... Of course, I'm going to try to stop him. He's going to extend long enough that I can't kill. And then he cuts here, and I'll have to go back and play something weird. Which leaves a lot of room for error, is what I was thinking. Because it was an Atari. Well, it would have been an Atari very quickly, because if he gets that play first, I have a problem. I obviously die before I can kill. So I would have made some strange-looking shape, which I don't like. And then he gets another play, so he would have, of course, started getting out. I didn't like the way it could have played. I wasn't sure. So I said, screw it. Safety play. He takes the shape point for my safety. Here, where's my mistake? I want to get to my mistake. I surround him on all sides. Here. I didn't need to play anywhere else. Just a simple play was fine. He can't get out. For some reason, I don't see that Atari. Biggest mistake of the game, probably. He takes, but that's okay. Because he takes... Because of this Atari, he's still dead. I take this, and now what's his option? He can get one eye. I take the other. Instead, he saves the stone, which is fine. I still take the other. He only has one eye. I'm sure Azzy didn't know why, but basically, I play this at my leisure. He can't play inside because he dies. I play inside, he kills, I kill. No way it lives. At this point, he just keeps pushing me. I just make sure he doesn't have eye space. I shore up my shape. No matter what he does, he can't live. It's just all stuff. It's just points for me, basically. Double check what, Ashcat? Which part? Around there, probably. He's not ranked. This group? Okay, so if black plays here, he has one eye. When I play here, he can't... This isn't an eye, obviously. And this doesn't equal anything. So if you're talking about my approach... Which move, I guess, is the question. H13 first. Here? If he... Okay, so when I first take this, can he play this? Oh, yeah, you're right. Because if I play this, he still lives. Yeah, I see that. I see that. You're right. Huh. Thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, there's no way to stop that either. Because he always just approaches from this side. Like that. Every day's a school day, you're right. Alright, so he should have lived. I thought it was dead, but this move sealed his fate, obviously, letting me have that. Yet again, shouldn't have been a problem, because this shouldn't have died. Should never have come up, but that's okay. We just do some shape pushing, no big deal. I didn't need that play at all. Just ignore it. I keep solid. As long as I'm solid, nothing can go wrong. I didn't care about this. This isn't a disconnect. I just connect here. He can't do that because that. I poke into his territory. I don't need to worry. Yet again, the same thing. If he connects there, I play there. If he plays there, I play there. Because if... Alright, so if I do this and he plays this, I cut him off. And I guess it would still be cut. I probably wouldn't bother then. Oh, yeah, just do this. He connects back, and I take. That's what it was. My bad. Right. So, neither work. Because boom, boom, or boom, boom. Either way. And I'm a happy camper. I just keep pushing. I only respond to things I know are a threat. Most of it isn't. I just keep pushing in, and he lets me. Like, a play up here isn't really worth anything. That's dead no matter what. I play in a way to make sure that it can't live. This doesn't actually disconnect me because he can't play into the cut point. I play here because I realized he could close it off for some points. There's no reason to answer much. This is the last play I need to make here. Anything else isn't going to make points. Like, I didn't even need to do that. I could have just left it. I could have just played over here now. Because what's he do? This? Okay. This is connected outside. It'll never die. There's no space. I just leave it like that forever. And if you ever plays like this, I just connect and that's fine. Not a problem. But I wasted some plays over there. I guess just like a teachable moment for Azzy to show him that it doesn't work. But I still shouldn't have done it. I knew this worked. I knew this cut was beautiful. That cut works too. So this cut's good because he has a choice. Okay, fine. I poked into your area significantly, and he still has to worry about getting those out. Actually, they're just dead. So no matter what he does, these are going to die because I'll cut them off one way or the other. So those stones are dead no matter what. Alternatively, if he does it inside, then they're dead directly. Then he'll lock me in. However, this play is just works. He can't really extend because I'll kill him before he gets anything done. So the cut points he left himself really hurt. And of course, I knew once I poked here, he shouldn't have played there, actually. He should have probably played something like this. No, he can't save himself, actually. Maybe like that. It doesn't really matter. He'll be dead regardless. I won't let him make an eye. I just connect back. There's nowhere to live. That's already dead. Everything else is just me poking into his shape, basically. This works basically because I know these are independently okay, and as is this, so cutting here doesn't matter. So that's why I just short up my shape on this side. It doesn't really matter. Now the problem I'm gonna have now is if I don't fix the cut, it's a faulty hinge. And he'll take, and that's a problem for me. So I have to make sure that by the time he plays that, I fix the hinge. This doesn't matter. He can't live no matter what. This is the only threat I have to him living is actually if he plays here. He can connect back to his group, and I can't really stop him. That was a concern of mine. So that's why as soon as he poked that additional time, I knew I had liberties, so I just took. It's already over at this point. More shapes to be pushed. And he gave up. There's not a lot left to do at this point. What was the last move of mine? I mean, he can do that to stop me from pushing in. Other than that, the game is basically over. There's nothing else really to push. Everything he has that's not dead, which is basically just this and that, is fine. I can't really live in here. There's not enough space for that. There's no weaknesses to exploit. Same thing over here. There are some liberty problems, but I don't think you can exploit any of them because there's too many. Because even if I played like something dumb, he just connects. Black? Why? Because the cut? Yeah, you're right. You're right. So look at that. Even less of Black's territory he's going to get. Sweet. You're totally right. Because this doesn't work. And technically you can... That doesn't really ever work. White will eventually connect back. And then actually black has to... No, that's fine. That works as is. Yep, you're right. Good catch. Don't do this, friends. Faulty hinge, but a smaller version. Yeah, for sure, for sure. This is bad. Alright, but that was a good game. I respect Azzy for the game. I appreciate that he at least tried to challenge me. Now we're going to see if we can find another game. It took a good 2 hours for me to smack Azzy down. I'm just going to check the Discord to make sure nobody responded. I mean, I don't know. I think it was worth it, Azzy. The first game was much closer. This game, it's tremendous. It's a tremendous loss, unfortunately. And just because some minor things, when I cut you off here, for example, and killed this and stuff, that it became a big deal. But, you know, it happens. Every game is worth playing if you learn, right? Falcon gifted a sub on my channel for it, too, so thank you. Alright, let's create a game. We'll turn the time down because nobody wants to play with that much time. We'll do ranked. My color's automatic. I don't really care. Should be fine. Let's do it. Kilted Ninja, thank you for the follow. Much appreciation. It's a good stream. Let's see here. You can see our conversation, by the way. Talking about gifts for our dad and our mom. Not really a secretive conversation because we actually didn't even end up going for that. We actually ended up going for something different as per request. And my mom always expects ornaments, so it's no surprise. You can go ahead and tell them if you knew who they were. I hate 9x9s, by the way. Not my cup of tea. Whew. I just don't really like the 9x9. I think it's good for teaching. So when I usually teach people how to play Go, I usually start on a 9x9 board. Just so we started at 19x19 to talk about like some basics mechanics of the game, and then we moved to a 9x9 board to actually play, just so you can see kind of how shapes work out. But very quickly you move back to like Azzy. When I start with Azzy, we went to a 19x19 so I could like on a practice board so I could show him how pieces like capture. And then once we were done with the basics and just like shapes in general, then we moved to a 9x9 so we could play a couple games. And then we moved back to 19x19 because he felt confident. I was like, okay. And honestly, besides like some plays that I don't love, he's pretty decent. So I gotta give him credit. He's better than I thought he'd be. This game should be faster because now I'm not waiting on Azzy. I don't blame him for taking longer. It mattered to him, you know what I mean? That makes sense, Ashcat. I can understand why you would use a 13x13. That's a Big Knight's move. I feel like you can still make this work, right? Because I play here, he plays there, I play here, and his cap doesn't really work so much. I get that. I can also just play over here first and leave that corner to be had when I want it. I'll do this first. I'll see which way he wants to push me because that'll kind of determine how I want to play this. I might just approach on the other side because then this isn't making as much territory together. I'm not sure. My opening is definitely my weakest. I definitely want something out of this. The Shamari is facing the wrong way. So, I mean, it's not Shamari, like I didn't make it like a Shamari, it was just me backing up, but it's not facing the direction to make territory, but whatever. I'd still like to be facing it. I hate people do this. You approach a corner like this, and they approach your corner the same way, and then they play it the same way both ways. It annoys me. I've never seen that one before. Is it? Okay. I wouldn't know. I'm not like... I don't watch the AIs a lot because I'm like the better AIs, like, you know, like AlphaGo and stuff, because I'm not even remotely at that level, not even close. So I feel like I'm going to learn bad habits versus good habits. I know he can take the corner via the 3-3, but I'm not going to let him easily. Kilted Ninja, what's your level like of play and Go? Newer, more veteran, like where we at stone-wise? Does this work? If I just block him, he'll still live, right? But I'm gonna make him have the trouble of living. Because if you're anywhere near 18Q, we can always play a game. We should play! That's fine, he can connect underneath. I don't think pushing this shape even matters right now. I think... that's fine. He can have the connection. This is so weird. I don't like this. Does this cut? Whatever. Fine. I don't know if the cut matters enough, but I didn't read that properly. I'll tell you that. I don't want to extend the loss because he'll play on this side, and I don't want to do that. We can totally play a game, Kilted Ninja. You can add me. I'm can you see it? You probably can't see it from where you're at. What if I open the thing? There, it's sneaking in above my above my head thing. It's the same as my Twitch name. Charybdis136. I don't like this the way this corner ended up. Okay, now if he cuts, I'm just gonna live separately over here. It's not a problem. He's crawling. I'm happy to crawl with him if that's what he wants to do. This is a good place for me to crawl. So the more he crawls, the happier I am. Okie dokie. Now we're moving off of that. Fantastic. What am I going to do here? I think I can still run into this corner. I don't think it matters. I still might have wanted to approach on this side, to be fair, but I didn't want him to pincer me and end up getting something for this. This stone looks real lonely right now, and I kind of want to keep it that way. I could press it into me, but I don't like that either because it could just connect. I thought he might do that. I'll gladly play you again. That's not a problem. I could have just haunted, but I'm a little scared to do so. It feels like a lot of pressure here. I killed a ninja. There's no pressure, as he got absolutely decimated. So you couldn't go too wrong as far as that's concerned. I think I need this Hane to live. I have to reduce this as soon as possible. I had to play something over here. That's exactly what he wanted to do. Fair enough. I could just play in the middle and probably be okay. But he's kind of already sort of got a lot going with that. So I'm not sure how that works. Because I got to make this wall useful, so I don't know. I'll try something I usually don't try. I'm willing to experiment a little bit. I'm experimenting. I don't really know how this is going to play out, but I have strength over here that he doesn't have. So the more I push him in that direction, the weaker he's going to get. Now, granted, that makes sense, Ashcat. He's going to cut here probably, and that's okay. Yeah, I'll give you as much time as you need, by the way, Kilted Ninja. No worries. I still don't know how this plays out in the long run. I'm actually curious if he, he'll just play that, and that doesn't work for me. Maybe I can get a free move into his corner. I mean, he'll live regardless. He might not even respond to it. That's true. I mean, I've made a lot of bad plays, and Ashcat just says, think about the basics. That's all I ever hear. The basics. So this is pretty much enclosed if I can stop him from killing this over here. I do need to stop the Atari, though. My liberties are low. That's one of my problems. He's currently got 2 on this group. If he connects, I think I might be screwed regardless, because I'll only have 2 as well. But I can get some outside influence for my time. Because if I play here, he'll have to take, right? Then I play there, and then he has to fill. Alright, fair enough. Just let me know. I think I have to take it. I've already kind of invested. I'll get some outside influence at the very least. It doesn't really do me a ton of good, but it is what it is. And my door is always open. Well, as long as I'm here. I'm not always here, obviously. I don't like the way this board's looking. I do have an okay corner over here and a nice corner over here, but this inside influence really has to come together. This corner might be mine too, but the inside, like, he has a nice wall over here he's going to make some points with, and there's not a lot I can do about that to reduce it, so this is just going to be points, all of this. This is really what I'm worried about. It's a lot. I really misplayed this. I played over aggressively here. We'll have to review that after. I got some nice influence here. I could probably shore this up into a square. Not easily, but with some effort I could probably do it. But it's not going to be huge. It'll be reduced. I think he's stronger than 23Q, I'll tell you that. Some things he did were a little bit strange. Like, letting me do this is kind of weird, but some things he does are really normal. Did you like my answer? Reach out to friends with this side because this is about to get rough. This side could be rough with the Atari, but I'll reach down towards the cut point, I guess. And this one isn't in much trouble because that's where I want to build anyway. So if he chases me over here to make this into my, my territory, that's fine. Might as well try to keep something from this. It makes me more connected anyway. Okie dokie. I plan to reduce any wall he makes on this side anyway. As soon as possible. The problem is going to be the weaknesses here hurt me. I really need to go back and fix this at some point. That doesn't matter as much. I don't think. I'll do this. A nice bamboo joint. That makes this is no longer a threat. Neither of those are much of a threat. So I think I'll be okay. And he is going to want to answer the peep. He doesn't have to, though. He could still cut over here. That's fine. Okay, he fixed. I have to fix because this is going to be a bigger liability than anything if I don't. Now it's fine. That's not a problem, honestly. He's just saving the group. Honestly, I don't think that group has any chance of being dead because of all the space it has to run. So if he thinks what I'm trying to do is to kill it, that's fine. It won't equal any extra points besides like 10 on the top probably just because the pushes I'm going to end up doing. In fact, just so I could start now. In fact, he might not even be connected. He's disconnected now. Had to commit. Since he didn't block, I had to do what I had to do. I need this space. I can't let him get into here. I don't think that matters enough. He can still poke in and reduce, but at least it's harder now. That still works to kind of halt that progress. I know this is taking points away, but I'm gaining more shoring up this big square here. I actually want to play down here now, but this is still kind of threatening me. That doesn't work because I have the stone at the end. I have enough liberties. This just doesn't work. He's just making this more and more mine. Sure. Because now if he made a play like this, I can push it right on in, and it will not live. That's more problematic. G4? You'd want me to play G4. It might work. I have friends over here now. I'm not sure. I don't know how I feel about it. It could be fine. He's going to play onside me, and that's going to probably be a problem. I probably should have played actually to the diagonal, but I'm a little afraid of him going this direction. No, I can see some benefit in the general area here because I'm reducing. If he plays this, he kind of closes it in, so I see that. All right, that's a problem. I have to play safe and make sure I connect. He has to connect this now because if I disconnect this, then a lot of it dies. I think. I'm just going to make sure this doesn't work for him. That's all. This is connected out now. This is connected out now. This stone is a liability for me. If he doesn't capture it, though, he probably won't have eye space, and that's a big factor. He just weakened that stone, too. Both of these stones are dead now. I think he's helping me right now. It depends how it plays out in the long run, though. Okay. Now, even if he tries to cross this, that group is actually 100% disconnected from its friends now. If all of this dies, this stuff, I got a lot of points. Doesn't want to give spoilers because then it would inflate my rank. Fair. He'll probably poke out. I'm going to have to throw up like some sort of net. That doesn't work. That's a little bit more problematic. I can't play there because once he pokes out, I have to poke down, and then he's out. But I don't really have a lot of other options to make that die. How do I kill this? That's a ladder that's good for black. Well, almost a ladder. He actually has extra liberty, so it really doesn't count anyway. I think this might still be okay. Having him poke out here. Yeah, big fish, big net, I know. I just don't know how the net's going to work. This seems to be better because I can throw a net to the right easier than I could to the left. And the good thing is he can't run this way and then try to turn. Alright, I turn him once. And then I net. And he can't cut easily because once I push out, that's going to be an Atari. So that's a problem for him. This is complicated. I already knew. Oh, but now he's going to threaten my stone here, right? And use that to get himself out. What? Why would he do that? What? It's dead now. He's failed. That can live. I don't care about that. I'll just run this way so that that dies instead. Okay. Timing can be really hard, Kilted Ninja. Now this looks a lot better for me, by the way. He's weakening this group right here. Yeah, I work on like bigger plays. That's really my problems when I usually play. Like, how do I keep, you know, I need to make a play to get me out of here. How do I keep my moves relevant, you know? I could have played over here, but I'm hoping to trick him. Because if he tries to play on this side, I kill this, which saves me. If he plays over here, then I just go to the left and accept that these are not going to... That's 3 liberties, so if he plays on these, then it's fine. Do I even need to bother? It's going to live probably one way or the other. I don't think I can really net that effectively. So I think I just turn this. Because now I'm kind of wiggling into his territory that he was going to make down here. And this one will live regardless because I'll just take this liberty here. I have 2. That's a problem. That's what I mean. I play here and then I take the next turn. So I have to make sure every group I have that's connected to that has, at the end of my turn, 3 liberties. This is 2, but I'll connect for more. Oh, he's trying to save that. That's fine. He asked nicely. He asked for the undo. That's okay. This group's in trouble now, too. This one's not connected, so I have to worry about it. He has more liberties, but as I run through him, I should be okay. I might die here, and that wouldn't even be the end of the world in theory. It would stink, but sometimes there's just not much you can do about it. That group had been weak. I should have gone back and saved it before, but I was really worried about this. Alright, so I have 2 liberties now. I can threaten this Atari, which is very important to him. And now he's got 4. I mean, obviously I can bridge that gap, right? So he has this right now, but I probably can reduce that. I have a lot of points here, some points here,
10,
some points here.
9.
Oh, wow.
8,
Hold on.
7, 6, 5, 4.
This is going to die regardless. It doesn't matter. I mean, honestly, I think I'm winning, but I don't think it's by a tremendous amount. I don't have a ton of points, but I think the points that I do have here, and here are close to what he has here. He won't make almost anything here. He might make some here, though. That all depends. I might be able to poke most of that out. I think we all have pretty low points, all things considered. I think White's ahead, but not by a lot. I think I'm ahead, but I think I'm not well ahead. It depends, because the captures here are big. But he's got captures here, so... That capture is big, too. That's huge. It's only 7 stones, but... it's big. Now I'm going to have to... Yep, I have to take it almost immediately. Because I know I need the extra Atari here, so... That's a big take for me right there. Because that took... Now he's losing everything over here. There's not a lot he can do about it either. In fact, I'm going to take advantage of his weakness, too, and I'm probably going to take this space if I get the chance, because it's going to cut these 2 in half. And then this group's going to be struggling for life as well. It'll probably reach out to this, but it's going to be hard. I had 2. I have 2, but I actually can take this now. This isn't even as much... Oh, wait. I didn't realize that these were actually dead. Oops. I didn't even realize that. My bad. Doe. That's sad. Yeah, that's a pretty big swing. So now this is struggling for life too, because I was banking on that. A lot struggling
10,
for life now.
9, 8, 7.
I can't believe I didn't see that. I'll have to go back in the review and look at that. That might have cost me the game. That might have really cost me the game, but it's okay. I try not to get salty about Go. It's just, it is what it is. You never know. I mean, it's going to be hard for sure, but I have ways to try to get the game back, obviously, because, you know, this is still alive down here. Oh, that sucks.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
I'll take a period.
2, 1.
I don't even know what movie you're talking about. Nothing of his is in Atari. I mean, some of my moves are dead, but...
10, 9, 8, 7.
That what we're talking about? Okay. I thought you meant my eyes, my actual eyes. I didn't know you meant eye space. Like, I thought you were referring to, like, my eyes. Like, hey, check your eyes, man. Like, don't let your group die. And I was like, I know. Yeah, of course. I'm not going to make this stick live. I don't think this is possible right now.
10.
He'll take
9,
these no matter what I do.
8.
So all I have to do is make profit out of it. If I somehow win this game, I don't deserve to. I have some points, but man, that was a big throw. He is throwing, though. Me getting those stones right there is not good for him. Can he connect underneath? I don't think so. Thank you. I knew he had so many weaknesses over there because he had to fix this one. The one I was talking about before. So he's kind of already having a problem. A Dawn level roommate. Man, am I jealous. That's the play, right? He fixes, I take, he does this, I do this, he can't live, he dies. I think I have to take, though, if he doesn't. Oh, he's trying to take my eye space. That's what he's doing. It still doesn't work. I'll take more, thanks. This still works. What are you doing? Now I might win. He's giving me a lot down here. Like a lot. This is big. This isn't a faulty hinge because I have the extra liberty, right? I play here. He plays there. I play there. He pushes down. I push down. Oh, I already pushed down. Sorry. I play here. He plays there. I play here. He goes down. I take. Yeah. Yes! Woo! Da da da! He already left. Woo! I was a little nervous. I was like trying to read this. I think he just realized there's not much to do. What did they say the score was? They didn't even say. Estimate score. White by 13.5. That's not a lot. It's not a lot. But I still have some reductions to do, right? So I'll go over it in the review. But I didn't deserve to win that game. I messed up so bad. Okay. Anyway, I'll get to it in a second. I'm just going to read the chat for a second. I wish there was an actual club around me. There's one about an hour away from where I live. And only like 1 or 2 people go, though, and that's one of the problems. Yeah, for sure, Kilton Ninja, for sure. I shouldn't have lost because you shouldn't let that die, but he did. But anybody who wants to add me as a friend, I mean, don't be afraid. It's the same as my Twitch name, Caribus136, baboom. Like, hey, Kilton Ninja, you should add me, by the way. We don't have to play tonight, but you can still add me. That was fast. Look at us, we're friends now. You're a 12 cube? You're gonna trounce me. You're already on my page, yeah. You're gonna trounce me, my friends. It lies. I mean, I believe you. 13 by 13 and 19 by 19 are incredibly different games. Like they are like crazy different. All right, let's go through this review. That's all normal. He approaches, I back away. He does this, which is a large knight's move, but kind of not in the right direction for like this. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know enough. He does that stupid thing I hate. He does that, which is fine. I knew I could still push, and basically, the reason you play this move, I would think, is because, you know, I can't Hani again. So all I have to do, I can only Hana here, and that's it. Right, it's to end, exactly, it's to end in Sente, because this cut isn't that big, right? You can run it out. My stone still looks kind of silly here. It's not worth it for either player. So he ends in Sente, so he can play over here. He makes Rip Shape. I know you can take the 3-3 that way. I knew at this point he was out, like, connected, and it wasn't worth me playing something small like, I don't know, this. It just makes him stronger, and I still have weaknesses, and I'd have to end in Gote, so I was like, screw it. But he left. Oops. He left anyway. No, I left. I'm sorry. For sure. Sente is everything. I went over here because I thought this corner mattered more. He pushed into me, so I said that's fine. I made a, Tiger's Mouth. I didn't play this right. So right here, I think that the stone doesn't matter. If he takes this, it's fine because I still block him in. I think there's a lot of cut points here. But I think I'm still okay in the long run because he then has the cut points. So I end up being all right regardless. I'm not really sure how it should play out. I'm not, I can't read that well. But what I didn't go well because I ended up crunching his shape a little bit, but he ended up running me out a lot, so he got a lot of space that he shouldn't have had. This is a small extension. I think it's fine. I think this isn't too bad, but he should be focusing on this part of the map right now to save this stone. I invade like a 3-3. Pretty normal. I get a pretty big corner out of it. Then he makes that instead. I decide this will be fine. He lets me cut him into pieces. However, I think this wasn't the way to go about it. The crosscut might be okay, but at this point, I shouldn't be worried about the other Atari. I should be doing this, right? Because if he's going to do this, I live on this side. Okay, he lives small, right? Maybe he cuts me again, and I just kind of walk out with it. Because he can't really keep blocking me. I don't think the Atariing the way I did it, I think this is bad. I think this really cost me severely. Because once he saves that, what do I do on the inside? He kind of closes me in pretty easily. What do you mean? So, if I had Atari'd on this side. He runs it out. I connect here. He'd probably make a reaching move towards it. Like, actually, anything would work. I play on top to keep him down. He's already connected no matter what I do. He'd probably Tanuki, but... I'm sorry, yeah, probably Tanuki, but maybe he'd even play this just for safety, just to take more space for himself. And I might even press him down, and then at that point, there's really... He might just want to get to the wall. He's already going to be connected underneath, but I get a lot of this inside influence. Like, you notice, like, here, what a solid shape this is. Like, way more so than what I actually got, because the actual result of what I got was... was this, right? It's less solid. There's more cut points. This is kind of a problem. Exactly. That's why I was thinking Ashcat. That's why when I went through the review, the first thing I said is, yeah, he just lives. That's fine. No big deal. He'd be smaller than he is now. He'd be more crunched in, and I'd have a better wall facing the inside, which would have been better for me in all regards. I decided that part of the board needed to be explored. He goes into Hane at the head of 2. I think this is some of his biggest mistakes. He gave me a giant wall. He gave me a lot of points over here. And he's facing a wall, but he's too far away for that to be a meaningful play. Because I still get the first move on the outside to kind of make the wall close. I didn't care about any of those moves. This doesn't live. This never should live. My biggest problem comes later. This fight's weird. I don't really know how to analyze it properly, but I always make sure I have the advantage in the local Liberty race. My main problem comes when... This was a problem. Right around here, I should have been reaching out, I think. These did die. These did end up dying. Yeah, I'm thinking E7. Because he can block the cut if that's what he wants to do, and then I kind of connect regardless of what he does. I mean, I guess he could cut here. But he's going to lose liberties doing that, and then that's when I'm going to come back and just take a liberty away. And now we can't play anywhere but without losing a liberty. Oh, I can't do that. He can't play anywhere without losing a liberty. I mean, I guess he'd probably still... I don't know. This seems like it might work out better anyway. I'm not really sure how it'd play out, but... instead, I protected that group too much. I knew it was going to die. It did die. It's already dead. It only has 1 liberty. That's fine. I made this live on its own, basically, by making sure I took something in exchange. No, they didn't need to live. You're 100% right. This didn't need to live. My real problem comes up later. Here. So I took... Where's my... Right there. I didn't see these 4 stones. This was my biggest mistake of the whole game, because if I connect, he's got nothing. Nothing matters enough. Like, he can take this at any time, not that he needs to, but he can. Like, whatever. Nothing matters that much. This cost me... let's see. All this... and all of these that I should have taken with it. And it put pressure on all of these... because they were relying on everything here. Was relying on those for safety. So that's a big change. Fortunately, even though this was going to die, I made some outside cash for it by poking into his territory. And he made a huge mistake here. The problem is he had 2 weaknesses. This cut and this cut. They're both bad. I take the closer one, knowing that I can also put the stone and Atari simultaneously. So he doesn't have a lot of options of what he's going to do. Everything he does turns out bad for him. Because that connection doesn't work. And the underneath doesn't work because he doesn't know where to go. And basically at this point the game was already lost. As far as endgame is concerned, because I was talking about other things I could do to reduce him. Let's see, it's his turn. So I guess you could say he would have done this, whatever. Let's just pretend he did because he kind of set himself up to do it. Well, I guess he would probably take the first move. Points to be had. He could poke further, actually. If I stop him, I have to fix, so he ends there. He can prevent me from poking that further. I Hane over here. It's a pretty big point. I have to defend it. He Hanes. I defend it. He pokes in. I block. I think he has to defend that, right? Otherwise I cut it. Oh, you're right. Faulty Edge. Yep. Sorry. Not J19. Everything but J19. He'd probably play just this. These are big, though. These are a lot of endgame points. He could have got a lot of his cash back, to be honest with you. Actually, that's not even needed. This is already dead. That doesn't matter. He could have poked in with this. That takes away a couple points. I don't know. G18. What do you mean? Like, can I? No. He can, sure. Yeah, if it's his turn, he can totally do that. That's fine. But I poke in. He has to block. If he doesn't block, I'm just going to do it again. If he J19... Oops. Sorry. Yeah. It's dead. Disney has to play there. It's already over. Oops. That's why I can't play that. That's not a move. J19 isn't a move for him. It's a move for me. He has to play... I think he has to play solidly. This might work, actually. Yeah, this works. He can play H19. H19 is fine. That's not exploitable because the extra liberty at J19. So this is fine. The point is, there's actually points to be made at the end. But it was a good game overall. I'm glad. Where's OGS think I'm at? Still 18Q? I was just about to accept it too. I was reading. It's a good game. It was a good game. We still got time though. No worries. If you want to play, my friend, let me know. Otherwise, I'll be creating a game. One to 2 a.m. is the best go hours. Don't worry. I mean, for me, it's 8:55, so I'm far ahead of you. I don't know about that. And you pointed out quite a few moves that I shouldn't have done. You're like, yeah, you can't do that. I was like, oh, you're right. I have to imagine, Kilted Ninja, that we're probably on the same level, more or less. You might have a little bit better instincts with, like, certain aspects of the game. I assume that you could probably play, like, maybe the end game a little bit better than I do, for example. I don't know what I'm better at. I've never seen you play. But it's probably some aspects that I might be a little stronger at. But that's kind of how Go works, right? Like, I might be stronger at one aspect or stronger at another. And usually that balances out to, like, it comes real close. Yeah, that's the problem, Ashcat, is you're too good. In theory, I shouldn't even be able to play at a 9-stone handicap against you, and that's a problem. That's the problem, my friend. By the way, anybody who wants to play at some point, like, obviously Ashcat at some point off stream, we might, like, talk about some concepts. I wouldn't really want to do it on stream because it won't be as fun for some of the people watching, but if you want to, my Discord link is, I could just add it, actually. That's the Discord link. You can also do Discord as a command. Oops. Alright, I keep messing up. Discord. There you go. The Discord command will also bring it up. There's a bunch of commands, by the way. Anybody who's not familiar, I know you guys have been here a little bit, but my bot can do all kinds of things. It's fun. You know, my hair's all messed up underneath my stupid headset. It feels dark down here, too. right, feeling better. Anybody wants to join my free-for-all? You can always join my free-for-all. See if we can win some squiggles. I don't even know how many squiggles I have. A lot. Is there anybody else playing Go right now? I can't check because I don't want to get copyright stricken. I guess I could open another window and drag it away. Whoop. Yep, somebody else is playing. One other person. It's funny, most of my friends on... Oops. Most of my friends on OGS are that I've added from my stream are like way better than me. There's a couple people I know who I know in real life who are a little bit weaker, like either question marks or weaker than me. But I think I can make this happen. I could have played a little bit closer, but I don't know, I'm just making a weird shape now. I actually meant to play differently. I meant to play like over here or something. I no longer like the look of my shape here. I regret everything. Redo. Yeah, I regret all of my life decisions now. I'm not even sure what to do. I'm just going to play somewhere else. Yeah, usually I do a lot more normal openings. I'm not going to lie to you, Ashcat. I don't know why I did something so strange. This doesn't work, and I remember why. You cut, and then you cut again. You Hane, and they poke in. You take the Panuki. It did. It did kill Ninja for sure. If I have 3, he'll have 3, and he'll probably live. For sure. My brother's going to try to be here eventually. He'll take... Paduki's strong, but I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to live in here. I don't know. I'll push the loss. It's actually worth it. It's his problem, not mine. I'm actually inside his territory, funny enough. It didn't work out as far as the corner is concerned, but... My Panuki's looking bad. As is his empty triangle. I could have also just taken that, which is fine, but I want to be on the outside, so... It's already like a disaster game, you know? Well, I love to, For sure, Kilt Ninja. Remembering what you left behind is like so big and go. Like just being like, yep, I have to play that at some point. I don't care about the inside stone as much. I kind of want the corner. The inside stone can die. He'll play the mouth shape probably, and that's not a problem. I don't want to crawl in the second line. I'll get out. He's going to let me, I guess. Everything will connect back at some point, right? He's trying so desperately to kill what I have. He's just a big fighter. For sure. He was so upset that this didn't die. And this play, I think this play is what really made him mad. Because it threatens the Atari here, but it also kills that, giving me an eye. So now I have 2 eyes. This entire chain is alive. This is going to be connected, so this is alive. This actually is alive because of these being dead. So all of this is alive. These are probably fine being in the corner. I own most of the stones in that corner. And he has a bunch of outside influence, but... 013. Right here. I'll have to look. I'm going to go back into the review anyway. I'll give him a second to leave, though. I don't like to be rude to people. But, like, as this game continues, you know... As this game continues, it's going to be painful for him. Because he's going to be fighting over this. Okay, I'll take a look. I will. This is going to be painful for him because this is going to explode in his face. This probably won't die because there's enough space. But I'll threaten this. It'll be real small. I'll gain part of this corner probably. He'll live down here. Small. Again. I'm alive here. These stones are dead, so he has most of this corner and outside influence. But I already have stones posed to make an extension here to reduce the wall. At the same time, I might shore up some of this. And I can shorten this corner and this wall in the same tokens. You know, so... He's going to have a problem because there's a bunch of Aji here for these to potentially not be alive. So I'm just going to make extensions in both directions. So he'll end up getting a cube here, and this. And that's about it. Well, I already have this. I have all the captures here. You know, I don't have a ton of points, but I have the opportunity to make a bunch up here. I think this is... Yeah, but it's the only count I've ever had. You know what I mean? Alright, I'm going to do a review. I don't care if he's still here. Oh, he's gone now. Cool. I'll see all the mistakes I made. Alright, so... this is fine. I didn't have to be crazy, right? Now, this would be somewhat standard, but I also could have just approached, right? Like I said, that's okay. I'll approach. You know, he'd probably shore up some points for himself or something. I don't know, because I can't really do that. But I could have just approached and been normal. Wouldn't have been that bad. But I played here. When he played here, I should have realized things were kind of not good. And I should have backed out. I should have said, okay. I pushed him down. Take it for a win. He lost some points here for being pushed down. And just kind of live on top here. Would have been fine. He touched me. This is a bad play too. I could have just done this. That would have been fine. That wouldn't have been a problem. I would have been strong. But instead I played that. He starts surrounding me. I make some really loose plays. And I decided to invade to draw his attention. I think the way this is supposed to go is Yuhana here. No. Yuhana here, right? And they usually take this. No, because you take that, that'd be a disaster. They do that. You threaten this. They do that. And you take the Panuki. And they get the first play on the outside. They can make you fill, I think. They don't, though. They could, but... they take something, like whatever. Or they Hane on the other side. I forget how it works out exactly. Oh, that would mean you'd have to fill. So they'd leave Incente. I forget exactly. I'll ask my brother when he gets here for the exact. I mean, you guys might know too, but... So this cut isn't entirely typical. It did threaten me for sure. And I didn't like that. So I instead just tried to extend my Panuki because I knew that was dead. I used it to break up his territory because that's where he made... That's the problem he had too, right? He wanted the bottom. And look what he got. He got part of the bottom, and I took the rest. He tried to kill me. This doesn't work, obviously. I know that because I can just shore the shape up. He shouldn't have done that. I expected this. I do that. There's nowhere to go. Because of copyrights, I'm actually going to make this into a new tab. Can I separate this? I always forget how. There we go. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. You can look up internet sites, but it's just easier for me. Double Hane. So you double Hane. Okay, I'll actually play it out. Hold on. They Hane. What? So taking the corner. After this... You, Atari, they solidify. And you take this. They go over here. Wait, here? No, sorry. They go over here. You take the stone. Oh, okay, that was normal. That is how we play it. Okay, never mind. That is actually one of the applicable variations. Okay, that actually is one of the things you can do. Never mind. That's exactly what it said was the first variation. So it wasn't even that abnormal. This doesn't work, obviously. He dies here. He doesn't realize it. He thinks he can trap me. That doesn't work either. I decide to play in the corner. He decides to approach. I said no. So this is bad because it weakens my corner. And if I do this, I'm going to start having Liberty problems real quick. He has 3, I have 4, but it could be a problem. I didn't like that. So I decided to Atari him the other way. I knew I had threatened to make space here, but I said that's fine. It's just safer. I thought he would take this. I would Hane. He would connect. And I would do something like that, right? So I'm threatening to get into this territory. So I thought I would continue to take stuff. But instead, he insisted on extending. Not even Haneing, extending. I thought even, this would have been, alright, I guess. Actually, not really. Never mind, that's bad. The extension's fine, I suppose, but I thought he'd be more aggressive. So I took this. And that doesn't work. You can't trap me. And he was convinced he could net me. And it's no, you can't. It's that doesn't work. So you said 013 over earlier. Maybe better at 013. Okay, I'll check that out. Wherever I take a stone. So, instead of this, you think this. Because... he'd get out. It's not that. Just tell me which move. Which move are you referring to? When it captured P12. So instead of P12, I play this. Okay, yeah, sure. That works. I agree. That's probably a better move. Yeah, that makes sense. You're probably right. He gets the forcing move, unfortunately. Yeah, 100%. I wasn't afraid of him disconnecting these because I can throw this. I can use the forcing move first. There's actually still Aji over there too. I could actually do this and just poke out and cut him off again. He'll live, but he won't live well because I'll be in here. No, I agree, Kilton Ninja. It would have been better. It would have been a better move. I capture this because there's no way for him to save it because he plays poorly. Now, this is his problem. He wasn't thinking big. This is what he should play, right? I'll try to disconnect. He does this. I try to cut. It can't work. He runs it out. There's nowhere for me to go. So he would have been fine. But he thought, nah, greed, right? I'm going to Hane. You can't do this multiple Hane thing. I punish immediately, putting double Atari. Now, what he would have done here is he would have connected. I would have played out here just to reduce his space. He would have had to Hane, I guess. He's fine here. Yeah, but, like, there's some play here, and he still has points. The real problem he's going to have is that I can extend in here. And what does he do? He blocks. And I'm going to, I guess, make a bamboo joint just for funsies, if I really want to. He still has to block. I play in here. He blocks. You know, I'm already pushing into his shape pretty considerably. Because he has to be afraid of all of my different pushes. No, that'll never work, right? Yeah, it doesn't work. Okay, I was just checking. So he does this. And there's still ways for him to make some of his points back. Just not a lot. This is still his over here, right? I don't know. But it's okay. It was a good game. Alright. Let's see where we're at. Have we upgraded 17 Q yet? 16. Nice. I love it. I've got these wins. I always love the plus or minus. That's what makes me happy. Like, I like when it tells you, like, you know, like plus or minus 2 or something. And then the lower the number, the more accurate the rating. I think that's cool. Let's see you, Kilted Ninja. Let's look at your profile. Oh, you're a site supporter. Good for you. It's because I was already close. I was almost 17, basically. It was rounding me to 18, but I was like 17 and a half. I'm going to judge you harshly. Looks like you've been pretty consistent, right? A lot of wins. I like those wins. No judgment. I respect it. Higher rank than me. Alright, since I've upgraded to 16... I still actually want to keep it at 16, to be honest with you. Fair. And I should open up to 15 Qs, I guess. I'm going to lose if 15Q comes in, though. I don't think I have the skills, but I'll try my best. Be Hayden, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciation. Yeah, Ashcat, I guess that's fair. I think mine's just a little bit less consistent because, as you see from my history, you know, how long I didn't play for. So this is like my first... Disco Waffles, thank you for the follow. Much appreciation. Right, Be Hayden? Yes. OGS, let's do it. It's hard for me because you can see how long I went without playing almost any games at all. And that makes me feel out of practice. And I think that's my problem. Whenever I stream Go, rare that it is, I always get some good attention. I like it. I always get new follows. I had, what, 6 follows today? Gift sub. It's a good day. It's a good day to play Go. My brother should be here soon, too. Oh, there we go. Okay, 18Q. I think I know a Michael Mullins, actually. Funny enough. Well, yeah, the problem, Ashcat, is there's nobody else playing on Twitch. I love to talk to my viewers, you know what I mean? Like, they're the lifeblood of, well, everything. It's a really large extension. Hmm. I could slide into the corner in theory, but I don't really like to do that as much. I don't know. Now I'm uncomfortable. I didn't expect that move. It works well with my stone, because if I can make an extension now, I look like I'm making some good territory. It looks big, but it's just Seki. Wise words. He's probably going to come on this side. Oh, I don't care about that at all. If he's just trying to break up my area, that's fine. He doesn't really have a base here, as of this moment. Gritty? What do you mean by gritty? Explain that, Ashcat. I don't think anything's going to hold you back. I mean, it is what it is. You just don't expect to broadcast and make tons of money. You know what I mean? Like, it's not about that. That's the mistake a lot of people make, I think. Is they think that they can just suddenly start and make a ton of money, you know? And it doesn't really work like that. You just have to, like, give it your all whenever you play any game. Whatever game you play, you just give it your all. Yeah, I agree, Biden. 100%. You know, when I first heard myself, like, my voice, I used to get, like, nervous. I was like, oh, I sound so weird. But now that I've been doing it for years, whenever I hear my own voice, I'm always like, oh, like, that's just what it is. That's just life, you know? He's starting to seal all this up, but he also has a really big corner here. Like, corner side into corner. That's really bad for me. I need to make enough out of this to equal that, which looks like I could, but it depends on how the play goes, and that's what concerns me. This guy's I think he might actually be a stronger player than me, and that worries me. I'm sure you sound fine, Ashcat. I think you're being way too hard on yourself. If I can just break up some of this middle area, I'll stand a much better chance. Because if you combine some of the, like, you know, if I can poke out some of this. If I can just deny territory here. I think a great attitude is like everything when you broadcast, to be honest with you. Like, it's so big. If he plays here, I'm going to have a problem. I have to give up the stone, I think. Oh, not anymore. Because he would have been a threat. If he had taken this, I can't play this because he puts an Atari there and cuts me off. Much harder to accomplish now. He's going to live no matter what. I don't know what he thinks is going to happen here. But if he lets me crunch his shape like this, it's worth points for me. I might as well do it. I'm really worried about this still. I want to try to make it like an extension in or something. I don't think I can do much to this corner effectively. It's hard for me to poke into that. He'll probably cap me K9 because I can't put that in Atari, which is fine. I think extending into the middle is fine. Just keep pushing it in. %, Guilty Ninja. 100%. So the more I can just steal from him, the better. I just want to deny all of this. Well, not all of it. I probably can't do that. That sounds unreasonable. But I'm going to deny a lot of it. And the greedier he is, the easier it's going to be. That's always the thing with Go. That's true. Okay. That's fair, Ashcat. I didn't even consider that. I don't like the look of this one because he can poke me apart easier. I like this better. And I don't think... Crud. Which one do I defend? He's going to cut me here. Ooh. I think I care about this side more. If he cuts this, it'll live on its own. And he'll give me space. So if he cuts, he cuts, you know? I'll take, you know, this just to force him to do stuff. And then I'll just keep moving on. Because I got a lot of stones, so I can move them. The problem is going to be fair, Ashcat, and Behind, and I'm not really worried about it. I use slobs. There's nothing really secretive. So, like, there's no sensitive pop-ups. Anything people said to me is going to be like, I'll show you. Like, this is what he said. It's my brother. We were just talking about the fact that I'm playing Go right now. What? Today. Playing Go, by the way, I let him know, and he said, oh, I'll try to come on after his girlfriend goes to bed. 45 minutes. Then he said he's on Discord now, which I'm ignoring at the moment because I want to finish this game before I let him in for the review aspect. I'm not worried about it. I already know, like, what could be... Like, I know what's inside all these folders. I wouldn't just, like, randomly open a folder for no reason. Meaning, like, I'm not, like, weird. But there's nothing in there. Like, you can see all these. This is a game. This is about Twitch just for informational stuff. Inside here is about game info. Inside here is stuff for my stream. Inside here is just my social media, just the links. And inside here is more official stuff I probably wouldn't open just because the sites might be more private. So none of that matters. Anything someone would send me on Steam doesn't bother me either. It really just doesn't matter. I'm not going to make a bunch of points up there, I don't think, but I'll try. Yeah, I'm going to be honest, it's mostly laziness. More than anything. If I'm being completely for real. Which way do I want to play this? If I play it this way, boom, 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 I'm kind of in trouble, boom, but that's in trouble too. Okay, I think this is fine because it puts this in trouble. If I kill that, everything's fine anyway. And this has 2 extra liberties, so it won't be a problem. This middle fight is very important for me. I need to connect. Otherwise, the game's probably resignable. I want to take that, but it wouldn't even mean a solid connection. If it meant a solid connection for the rest of these, that would be fine. But it doesn't, so there's no reason to, like, fret, I guess. That'll die too fast. What happens here? He'll go up, right? That doesn't work, though. I don't know. I'm thinking the up doesn't work no matter what. Except the Liberty issue, but I'll block at the end. Because once I've run him near this, I can take a safety space, and it doesn't really matter. And once he's low on Liberties, I could utilize that because he can't take. I'm gutsy. Reading, on the other hand. Ooh. I'm pretty sure this dies. But the question is, does it die soon enough? 1, 2. Yeah, it does. I'm waiting. Waiting to see his next move. If he Tanukis, I know I'm fine. Let me ask you a question, Ashcat. I'll take this because it's... double-digit Q games? Yeah, for sure, for sure. I'm taking this because it actually strengthens me, even though it does force the response. It's going to force him to take this Liberty away, and I'm okay with that, because I like this move to strengthen all of this. That doesn't matter. That's fine. That's fine, he can't cut. Yeah, black should Tanuki. I just meant, like, in general. Oh, my question wasn't even going to be about that. My question, Ashcat, was, with this, now that this is all alive, minus these couple stones, do you think that this is resignable for black, or do you think this is entirely still up in the air? I'm thinking it's still in the air. I mean, yeah, but I'm in there. I'm poking in. About to. If anything, black just helped me. I don't know if anything else in here is worth playing right now. I should shore up my points, I think. If I can get some points over here out of this would be nice. The good thing is this is almost guaranteed mine. He does have a place to play, but I also have to play safe and just make sure I keep him out. Yep, I'm thinking about that right now, actually. I think I can make it live. So, well, I just don't think black has enough points. Was going to be my statement. Weird. Black has these 2 stones, but all of this and these down here, which is, of course, somewhat problematic. I mean, especially with this, if I can live, like, the further I push in, this is all supposed to be black. So I say supposed to be because it's iffy. Agreed, Behind. Agreed. I think this was awful for black. I made sure I was watching for those moves. No tricking me. Ow. Just punched my table. Apparently they're just hurting me. Victory! Woo! Yes! Yo, straight wins today. Alright, my brother's been waiting. What is up, Sokorath? Victory. Again.
Excellent.
I assume you're going to want to take over this review for me?
Yeah, I will. As soon as I resign this game, I'm losing to a 1Q.
Thank you, everybody, for the GGs. I'm feeling it, guys. All victories today. I'm down to a 16Q, by the way.
I see that. Wait, are you on stream right now?
Yeah,
Oh, cool.
Sunday.
I didn't see the stream thing open.
My brother on OGS is right now a 3Q. On name is escaping me. KGS, you're what, a 2-dan?
On KGS, yeah. And then 4-dan or 5-dan on Tide Gem, actually.
Ashcat wants to be your friend, by the way.
Oh, that works for me.
Ashcat's a 3-dan, so
Oh, perfect.
on ODS.
Okay, so... Oh, on OGS, wow. And he must be tremendously strong.
She.
Okay.
I get the
have
I get the assumption just because in broadcast and stuff there seem to be a large amount of men. So
Okay, so you're in the review, yeah?
yes, I'm watching.
All right. Let's see here. All right, all normal so far. Now, when black does this, with this formation ABC on the left, black is really threatening to build a very large area. And if we imagine black got one more move here, that's a pretty tremendous moyo. So very, very often, the only move you really need to consider here is this approach.
Are you on the stream, by the way?
I am not, actually.
You should watch while we're doing it. I mean, you can't actually watch, but just give me the view. This is how I get people to watch, by the way. Everybody in my direct circle of friends and things, which I count my brother as.
Recruiting. Okay.
Bump that viewer
so
count.
yeah, the approach here kind of helps to suppress the moyo before it gets started. So your move over here, it's not wrong to approach the other corner. It just potentially means that you're going to be playing a game where your opponent is very big and you have to invade, which can be stressful. Now this move's a little bit interesting.
They told me everybody on well, I think it was Ashcat said I should have just taken the 3-3. I think somebody said that.
Oh, you could. You mean the 3-3 before you approach?
Right here. We'll approach, then I can slip in.
Oh yeah. So the most. This is kind of
that'd be fine. Yeah. In general, I meant slip in, but
basic style. This is kind of the most modern way of doing it. Or you could even do what he did on the left and just build like this. So yeah, your move kind of gives him a solid corner. Not right now, it's not big enough, but later if he gets to play here. This is kind of the ideal 3-stone formation in the corner. So usually we don't want to let our opponent build that.
Both fair, by the way, Ashcat and Beheiden. Both true. Neither of which are me in this game.
Well, based on you won, so I saw some crazy fighting when I peeked in earlier, so I'm guessing you must have done some wise maneuvers.
I did win Beheiden. It's because Black made a huge mistake in the middle. That's why.
All right, so let's see what we have here. So you pull back. He came to split you. This is actually a kind of interesting choice by Black. Normally, whoever is bigger should just keep building.
Right, he should play around. He should play around J4, H4, or whatever.
Yeah, something
J4, yeah.
in this area. Or actually, what I might do is probably well, that's a little low. Maybe something like this. I don't know. But yeah, something around the corner or the lower side. So this is a little jealous of him. Your move is what we might call an armpit hit. To coin Nick Sabicki's term. So if a stone's on the 3rd line, like this, and you play diagonally above it, we call it a shoulder hit, because you're kind of pressing them down at the shoulder, right?
Sabicki love, yeah.
Yeah. And this is pretty good for reducing. So when Black gets to play here, and this is as the 2nd move, right?
Right, and not
But
the
what
reverse.
you do when you play into a shoulder hit or armpit hit here is you let them get ahead. So what he should have done is actually he could have just pressed you immediately, and then the stone kind of has to come back to friends, and now he would have been able to reduce you, and I would actually Tanuki at this point. I don't think he has to follow up. So this move was interesting. Oh, I like your move, emphasizing the corner.
Damn fundamentals, Ashcat, absolutely.
Absolutely. Oh, and I love so yeah, this is a really nice shape for you here. I actually peeked in at your game at this exact point, and I really like this for white just because Black stones at A here, I don't know what they're doing. I mean, in theory, they were reducing you, except they helped you solidify points in both of your corners.
Right, if he just played a little differently or Tanuki'd earlier, then he would have been fine. But the fact that he stayed so long and let me get solid felt bad for him.
Yeah, and even better, this move is so important that you took, because if you, I don't know, just played away somewhere, when he pokes here, not only does this create a real shape problem for you, but the way you have it, he can't even Hane without you being able to, you know.
I just make another tiger's
along.
mouth, right? Exactly.
So, yeah, this is a huge shape point. This is really vital. And actually, this is a pretty common follow-up to the shape point. Now, I don't know what you played, but very often the right move is to poke at that jump, because then they have to fix or there's a cut. Here,
I
I'm
obviously
not so
didn't
sure.
do it, but
yeah, here I still like this actually. The
you're like the
corners are
computer on me. Big mistake of the game. Black didn't play here. Next move. Big mistake of the game. White didn't play here. Next move. Big mistake. Black
yeah,
didn't play
this-
here.
Yeah, when I looked when you were about halfway through the game and Black had a double wing, something like this around the corner, I was just every single move, I'm like, you need to invade or he needs to finish securing that corner. And finally you did go in, and I think that's why you won the game. Okay, so with this move, what were you thinking?
I saw his big potential left into bottom, but I knew it would take 2 moves to turn it into left and bottom. So I was like, 1 move can get me the entire right and most of the upper right. So I was like, technically, if I take this move, the points are looking more even now, and I can still reduce the entire middle of the board.
Yeah, so this is not a bad move. It definitely is nice in terms of this side of the board. He can still invade the corner or the side, but probably not both. So you're going to get some decent points in that area. However, speaking of them fundamentals, we always want to go corner, then sides, then center. And this is very much a move on the side. So that's just kind of a good rule of thumb in general, that if there's a corner that hasn't been approached or enclosed, it's probably your highest priority unless you have a really good reason otherwise. The one thing that is kind of an exception is that your group here at A could become weak in the future. It does not have a base right now.
That's also what I thought.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, Ashcat. this is very invadable. So, in fact, right now, that's actually a good exercise. So, Charybdis, where on the board would you say there are solid points right now?
Solid points.
Yes,
The upper
points
right,
that are
the upper
definitely
right corner
going to
is
one.
not solid points. The bottom right is for anybody or just me.
For both sides.
Okay.
I'll start with you though. Where do you have solid points?
I have like a couple at the very very top at like F17. I'll have some there.
Sure, we'll say
Not the
A
corner,
area.
but like there. I would say I have points at S8.
S, down in this area
Yeah,
somewhere.
yeah. As far as solid points, I mean maybe a little higher than S8, but not much. I mean, technically speaking, I'm on the 4th line. There's still ways to reduce. Just because of the stone at R6, I would say that I have points at S8 in particular. So it's hard. You can't reduce me to nothing there, but those are most of the solid points that exist, in my opinion.
Okay, so you'd say you've got points at A and B. How about for black?
Black has points at like J15, unless he dies, but that's not likely.
J, so somewhere in this area?
Yeah.
Okay.
And probably like C12.
C. And then in this area. Okay, so on this board right now, I agree that your points at A are solid points. I can't envision anything that would allow black to take those away without a blunder of some kind. And then black, I think down here at 3 is going to.
Oh, that too. Like I said, they were kind of close. Yeah, that too.
But other than A and 3, I would say there are no solid points.
You wouldn't count 1, 2, or B?
Definitely not 1. I mean, that's if it lives, that might be a couple, but there's no significant profit with that.
Okay.
2 is actually invadable right now if you wanted to.
Because it's the large knight's move.
Yeah, you could play right here, and this will not die. Similarly, there's invasions in the corner.
I
on
do
the
end up
side.
taking the corner later, by the way. So
Right. So right now, both black and white, because you've built large frameworks, none of it is secured. There's still a ton of potential for. Now that doesn't mean it's bad. You will get something in that area if you play well. Just you're not sure what. Oh, a black smooth.
sorry, I'm shaking you guys. My computer was a little weird.
I don't think it's the biggest move, but I do like the idea. Black has played a lot of high moves that are all playing for influence, and so D becomes consistent with that. He's saying, I want to build the middle. S8 as the S8 point. Oh yeah, so you'll definitely get some points, assuming the S8 stone lives, that area here at E, but it's not very much. And if somebody black could definitely invade here, and then white's gonna have to run. Or well, he could slide into the corner, I suppose. But
If you played there, wouldn't I just connect over him at Q10?
yeah, you could definitely do that. In fact, that's probably the right move here. But then black potentially has things even like the wedge.
I agree behind. They're more like reductions than invasions. Because of how close it is to his stones. It ends up being an invasion the way I play it. Like if I end up playing Q10, now it's really more like an invasion than a reduction. But
yeah, I mean,
I think that in my opinion, the
Q10 I
nuance
would
is minor.
definitely. Yeah, Q10 I definitely call an invasion. Well, I don't know. I guess it depends how we want to define it. I think of it anytime you're going inside an opponent's area of influence, as opposed to, like, to me, an invasion would only be if you're playing at the outer edge, kind of like A here.
So that's like a reduction.
letting-
You mean.
Reduction, yeah, sorry. That's what I would call a reduction. But I can definitely see where, if your goal is just to reduce.
Well, I think
it's
that's
just
yeah.
kind of
I think the difference
semantics.
is the intention. If you intend to reduce and connect back to your friends, that's a reduction. If you intend to live in there, it's an invasion. Right?
Oh, you can invade with the plan to connect out too. In fact, an invasion really should, unless you can guarantee you can live. You probably want to have at least 2 options available to you. That's why, like, an invasion at C12 is really an ideal one because it has 3 options. It can
Connect
run out
underneath, run
at
out.
A. It can potentially do
Yep.
some shenanigans with its friend over here at D16, or you can come over here and potentially live. So. Yeah, exactly. Right. So the sector line being, the triangles.
Thank you, Ashcat, for the clarification. All right. Continue.
Okay. So you do come down on the bottom. This is, again, you kind of leave the corner available, but I do think this is important. Do you know why you chose this spot in particular?
I liked the third line because it's easier to live if he was going to try to play on top of me. But if he decides not to play on top of me, I can run out towards my friends at like Q8, or I can live in the middle.
Yeah, so I think it's a good spot in terms of playing on the bottom, but the main reason is because you can make a base.
That's
no
what I mean by
matter what
live.
he
Like
plays.
I'm on the third line, so it's easier to make a base and live.
Right, so like with the move he played, you played the exact right move to come over and make that
I learned
two-space
the
base.
2-point extension. I know.
And if he had come from the other side,
I would have made
which
a 2 in the
been
other
worse for
direction.
him.
That's why I liked it. I knew I could make a 2 in either direction. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, so I think this is a good move.
And I liked it too because it puts pressure on his group to the right.
Yes, yeah, he does need to respond, although the ideal response would be here, which would then make the Aji and here even scarier. So he came on top, which isn't so big. Okay. Yeah, I like your move there. What do you think you were planning with this one?
I either connect to the 2 stones on the bottom, or I invade separately if he tries to block.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so we have a very different idea of the
I'm
meaning
also
of this.
still putting pressure on the stones on the bottom right.
Oh, right. So you're preventing them from ever connecting up with this guy.
That, yes, that's the stone I'm looking at.
S4 and B16. Yeah, they are. S4 is huge, and yeah, B16. Those are in the. When we think about like the order of moves, things in the opening tend to be worth like a ton of points, whereas like people often focus on those end game moves that are worth 4 or 6 or something. But a move here is gigantic for either side. Not just in terms of points, but also the stability of the stones. Okay, I like it. You wanted to make sure you were safe. So this is a move you really want to take advantage of. Now, why do you think I say that?
I actually was thinking about playing inside his shape too, and I was scared. But I looked at it. I was like, look, there's a big horses move connecting M5 and P6, a non-connection between M5 and O3, and there's almost no solid connections. So I was thinking about playing O5.
You wanted to play O5. Again, I
thought-
see Kilted Ninja wanted to do N6, so we have a couple interesting moves in here. So actually, when I say take advantage of this, I mean play away. What did he gain with his jump here?
He's trying to lean on my stones on the bottom and stop me from getting on the inside.
So your stones on the bottom, I would say, are pretty secure. You don't have guaranteed 2 eyes, but I'm not seeing an immediate terrible threat to them. There's room to run out and that sort of thing.
Okay. You mean
there's definitely
his play wasn't worth a lot of points, so I can take a bigger point, just make more than he did.
Yeah, I'm not sure what his play really threatens, other than he could potentially do something like jump out to cover the middle. So the other thing I would consider, if you're also worried about the safety of your group, is just coming out yourself. So here,
That was too
this
slow, and
is where-
I regretted my slow move, by the way. J4.
Oh, when you? Oh, actually,
Yeah.
well, so you kind of had the same idea, so that wasn't too bad.
I meant to play J5 in my mind, and I just didn't. I don't know why.
I've had that problem many a time. Yeah, so when you see a formation like this with like 2 large knights around the cornerstone, you want alarm bells going off in your mind that it is the time to invade. Yeah, absolutely. I think as long as you're playing in the right direction, that's the important part. Even if your move isn't quite the right shape, even if you get cut or something, as long as you have the right broad idea, I think that's tends to be what helps people improve the fastest, at least early on, because you'll often find opponents making really small boundary plays, and you'll get a chance to really take advantage. Okay, so you came out more into the middle. He capped you, so again, trying to build that middle.
If you just link the address to someone's page, that works, right? I was saying, anybody who wants to friend Sokorath, you can send him your things. I put them in chat.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I'll friend everybody.
I would love to watch a game between you and Ashcat.
I would get destroyed, I imagine.
It'd be great.
I just got crushed by a 1Q earlier.
Right? Yes, Kilted Ninja. Yes, get on that train.
I will if that's what we want to do. I'm fine with that. So
just everybody's all about it now. Be hiding, Kilted Ninja. Is that kited or kilted? It's kilted, right? Kilted. Okay. I don't know why the letters are too small on my thing. I need to expand this. There we go. That's better. Continue. I'm sorry.
Right. So you jumped. He capped you. Here it looks like you were trying to disconnect. Would you say that's what the plan was?
I'm trying to disconnect his stones, but I'm also exploiting the fact that I'm making better shape for myself. Like, now there's really no way he kills those stones. I don't see those stones dying. Like, just because the different extensions between them, I can see eyes in the bottom and eyes in the middle. So I was like, it just feels safer to me. It feels like I'm disconnecting them at the same time. And I'm threatening to connect to the group on the right.
Okay. Yeah, so I think the idea of trying to cut through them is a good one. And the proverb, you want to cut at the waist of the large knight. And this would be, yeah, those waist points are in this area somewhere. So, if you're going to cut him, that's a good idea. And he actually facilitated that by letting you connect. Now there is no way that A and B are going to be able to link up, at least not easily. So he jumped up. Now, what do you think you were planning with this move?
Well, I was setting up for my invasion at C3 later, but also I was thinking that I can just go straight up from here. Because if he decides to play above me now, I didn't rule out the move that I would have played above, like, L7. Because it's a choice. So either I'm going to jump up over there, and he's going to block me, and I'm going to go back and play the move I was going to make anyway around L7. Or he won't answer, and I'll just go right up into his territory. I figured it was free. He kind of has to answer.
So you were most worried about this A area?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
It's huge.
So A is definitely big. But as you said right now, well, actually, I guess what I would ask is how many doors do you have into the A territory?
One near the top right, and currently the one I'm trying to work on, which is kind of connected with the group on the right, but it's iffy.
Maybe one here. And then actually there's possibly this one here. Yeah, I see 5, Kilted Ninja.
But obviously 4 he's kind of closing off as we speak. It's still there right now, but he's trying to close it off.
Yes, he is. But right now there are 5, whereas you have 1 in this area. If he does this, you lose a ton of potential.
Yeah, I know that playing in the bottom left corner is very important.
Yeah. So when you're looking at a board like this, one thing to kind of ask yourself... Oh, C3 can happen independently.
My eyes for this bottom white group? Well, I'm planning to make an eye somewhere centered around either K4, or if he lets me, I would close in otherwise, but probably not. He might push me to the left, in which case I would make a play here and make one near J5, but that depends how he pushes in. And I'm probably going to make one down here. I don't know exactly where, but as he pushes me down, I'll probably end up with 1.
Okay. So, K4, J5. Yeah, so I think there's... So K4...
Go ahead, Sean. Try to kill my white group and then defend for my white group.
Try to kill it? So I don't feel like I can kill it as of now. You need more strength in the area if it starts to get surrounded. The main place Black needs to reduce eye space is actually down here at the edges. Yeah, I actually can see where that could get weak, though. You do have to be cautious.
I think it's close, but at my skill level, I think it's pretty alive. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, there's still room, but... Yeah, I think it's definitely worth being careful about, for sure.
And that play I made at G6, I feel like also gave me more space.
That's true.
It makes it harder for him to poke into H5 to poke out that eye that's at J5 right now, the potential eye, because now it looks like a worse move for him because I kind of get to envelop him. I mean, he probably could run out with it, but it just looks worse when I make that move at G6.
It reinforces the area. Let's see.
Now I'm definitely alive, obviously.
Yeah, so you've definitely built a lot of strength with it. Ooh, now this move is interesting. So what do you think you should do here?
I think I block at P8.
So you do block, you're saying. Are you happy with blocking?
I mean, that stone doesn't really matter that much. I probably should just run up with the stone G6 and get inside the middle. I could probably give that stone up, to be honest with you, at 08. He's not going to make really any points there anyway, because I could, if he actually takes it, I could immediately play somewhere like P10 or O10 and just kind of make it so it doesn't equal any points. It's just him taking a stone.
Yeah, so hypothetically, if you like invaded now and he said, "Ha, now I can push through," you can be just totally happy.
That's fair,
Sure,
Ash
he
Cat.
makes
Agree.
sense.
I don't even remember what happens exactly. I think I block. I don't really. Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like you block. Oh man, and then he played that move.
He didn't have to.
definitely a tricky spot.
He's fine.
Oh, now this is an interesting move. So, what were you thinking here?
Well, all these points in the bottom right should be blacks, right? With one move, he shores up everything in the bottom right corner. Like, if he played R5 before me, I don't really have a lot more to reduce. But if I play this first,
Yeah.
then I'm gaining points for myself every time I move. It's the third line. That's not that bad. It's all points for me, and he kind of has to answer, because very quickly I'll own all of the points down there. He'll live, but they're all mine.
Now,
It's
you
probably
said
big
something-
enough compared to other things, but...
Yeah, so you said something very interesting there. That with each move you'll be able to reduce. So there's a fallacy we can sometimes talk ourselves into, where we imagine we'll sort of get to play multiple moves in an area. But hypothetically, if you're correct that this is the biggest spot on the board,
It's not.
well, I'm just saying if it is hypothetically, where should Black play now?
I mean, R4.
Right, so he gets to block you. It looks like he did in the game. He still keeps more of this corner. I mean, hypothetically,
I could still Hane, but...
you could Hane, but
I did, by the way. That's what happened.
here he could even do this. So how many points does he keep in the corner now?
A lot.
So it looks like. Well, try to count it. I will also count.
We're counting the middle of that group, too.
Yeah, just everything you'll think he makes in this corner area total.
I mean, 20, 25 points.
I'd say about 20, so that's pretty close, yeah. So he gets 20 this way. Now, can you see a move that you could play over here? Yeah, something in that range, 20,
I could just-
22.
I was gonna say I could
I'm
just play R3, to be honest with you. I
Uh,
could probably jump right into the corner to be real.
invade. That I'm not certain about.
I don't know if it'll work, but because the weaknesses at O2, O3, and N3, which has to connect. It has to connect back to its friends, otherwise it's going to be in trouble real quick. I think I can probably live.
I think this should die. I don't think it's Co. Yeah. So S4 we had. Yeah. So sorry, S4. Yeah, I think S4 is probably ideal here.
Sure.
So this way, again, hypothetically, biggest area we have to play. So now, how many points did you destroy extra this way?
I don't know, 6-ish?
Yeah, just about. I count like 13 points now for Black, so 6 or 7. You destroyed something like that. So this was, obviously it's not the biggest thing in the world, but you always want to try to take as much as you can safely. Because when you play a move like that, if it costs you 6 points, you only have to do that a couple times to turn a pretty big win for you into a loss, right?
Yes. It's not the biggest point on the board anyway, so it's pretty moot anyway.
So he came back to secure his middle, push through, jump up. Okay, he connected. That's pretty solid for him. Okay. So you jumped here.
There are weaknesses that he
This-
tries to exploit, do not get me wrong.
So whenever you've got one space jumps with strength next to them,
Yeah, I realized that by playing it. Trust me, I know.
Right.
I
Yeah,
pay for
usually-
it. I pay for it.
he played this exactly actually. So usually it's a bad move to wedge, if there's no support. But when
But
you've
it's
got
not
strength
here,
nearby, here this is a good move. He can separate your stone and potentially claim that more.
You'll see how I handle it. Don't worry.
Oh, I guess he didn't play that yet. But
I strengthen the inside because the outside will live independently.
okay, so let's. Yeah, so he wedged here. Yeah, exactly. That's it. Kind of goes back to what Ashcat was saying earlier, that strength influences everything in Go. A move that's terrible on an open board can be the best move if you've got kind of backup. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so G10 is kind of, you want to destroy his Moyo area up there. And actually you make a couple moves like this later that I think we can go back to, because I've seen it in a few of your games where you kind of want to worm into their territory. Sometimes that's good, but usually you want to be looking for kind of major decisive points on the board, and then save that stuff for, later in the game. But anyway, so yep, you
That's where things get crazy.
H9 instead of F9 because the H11 helps. Oh yeah, absolutely. So if you had played here, you could have stayed connected. Well, almost. Yeah, you can't play this one in this position because he can still cut like that. But yeah, this still would have been better anyway.
Oh, Kilted Ninja.
Okay. So anyway, so this is a spot where it could actually be good to count too, if you can get an idea where you stand in the game. Because sometimes the right move will actually be just to sacrifice these if that's what he wants to do, and just cut them off, because I'm not so certain that he has an easy way to punish that. This will help destroy his side in kind of a big way while giving you,
I should have looked towards the side. I should have looked towards getting strong and then just invading his side. That would have been a better play.
Yeah, it's whenever you need to connect like this and you can't fix both, it's worth considering every type of connection. Sometimes solid is correct, but sometimes, even though the tiger's mouth is a little looser, that might be... Okay, so Atari there, I think that's fine. Yep, you do need to run and look for strength.
I looked towards the other windows we had before. That was my goal.
Yeah, in a well-played game, A should die. Black should not let this escape because he's just too strong here and here. He's got support here, here. There's just no weakness for you to attack. So this should be good for Black. Oh, and he's definitely playing strongly.
I gave up a stone at K11. I knew it didn't matter.
Yep. Oh, so this is kind of a leaning move. I mean, you should still be dead, but... Oh, you responded here. Interesting. So did you think you were alive?
No. I thought I was probably going to die inside regardless. The worst thing that I could do was try to strain the inside at the detriment to my upper right corner.
Okay. Well, so I would say the idea here is you got to make a judgment. Can you win if the group dies? If the answer is no, you do everything to save it, because you lose otherwise.
Well, I thought... Okay, think about it this way. The group has to live... If the group has to live to win...
Yeah.
That isn't necessarily exclusive to the group has to win and I can't lose my corner.
Oh, well, that might be true too. Although, in this case...
I think I would have been okay if I lost part of my corner. I think that would have been fine. But I felt threatened enough that I thought I needed to play that.
Sure, well,
which is a mistake, sure, but...
Well, a good exercise for this situation, where would you play as Black that you're afraid of as White now?
After this move?
Yeah, he plays here.
I thought he'd probably play on top of me, like 018, and I guess I would... Well, I guess that too, I suppose. Correct, Kilton Ninja. So the lower left I'm still looking at, obviously. I just wasn't sure how it would work out. He played terribly down there, too, completely through the game, but...
You played a very nice sequence there later. We will definitely touch on.
Yeah, 100% Kilton Ninja, 100%. Astute.
Ooh. Oh, this is interesting.
He can't poke in.
Well, in theory...
He can, but it gets very bloody.
I wonder if that's okay. Probably not. Because, oops. Because this Atari...
I end up getting that. Yeah. I end up getting that group a little bit.
I know you get that later on. Yeah, so I think this would have been a way to sacrifice, potentially, because...
I'm okay with sacrificing those stones, by the way, and I said that. I said if I could kill the stone at F12 and G12, I'm fine with killing those 3 stones.
Yeah, so I think that could have happened. Oh, and he did cut, too. So this actually all happened. Interesting.
Yeah, this is what happened.
Okay.
I said I'm willing to sacrifice all of those stones in the middle. That's stick a 3 into the 2 on the top, into the 1 on the right, if I can connect via killing F12 and G12. That's all that matters.
So if you were thinking that, Oh, so what made you play this? I guess.
So if he connects back
Mhm.
at what L, yes, then I can take. Well, I'm trying to think what I was thinking. I'm trying to remember. I figured basically that if he's going to be so adamant about killing those stones in the middle, I might be able to take profit anyway. So if all those stones live independently, meaning everything that's above one, like to the right, to the top, to the left of it, not that
Sure.
stones are dead, that's fine. So this kind of puts pressure on the group, right? He can't go up because he dies. Well, he doesn't die right away, but he'll probably die. He'll be on the run the entire time, because if I play up immediately after it, he has one liberty. He has to play down. I can play down with him, and I can basically not like that, but yeah, right
Well,
there.
that's what happened
I
in the
would
game.
play M15. I was thinking. I didn't
Here.
end up doing it, but I could end up. Well, I needed to save the stones first. But after I save the stones, I can basically play a lot of forcing moves to get strength on the right side and probably connect back to my group, and I'll get worthwhile of my invasion, even if the actual stones that were in the middle died, being
Ah.
the H11.
So I don't think you had a lot of options because here, even if you play down,
Yeah, that
well,
doesn't work.
actually, well, it does. It kills the 5 stones, which you had initially said was your plan.
I didn't think I could. I guess I thought they were alive. That's my bad.
Okay, seriously, a reading thing. Yeah, because with this
That's
way,
my.
you
I
lose
would have
your
killed
2.
them. I would 100% would have killed them if I knew.
Um,
But he
But
makes
then
he
this-
makes a critical error over here.
love this nose to Suji here. So this is a good one for anyone that hasn't really seen this before. Whenever you've got kind of some stones sticking out like this, the vital point is actually here, because that's the spot that controls their ability to make more liberties. So if Black ever gets to extend here,
I read what I did is. Can you go back a couple moves? I forget when he played that move. Did he have F12 already? It
Yeah,
took
it
me
was
time.
there
It
for a
took me
while.
time, but I read. I was like, as soon as I played, there it was. As soon as I played G15, as soon as I played G15, because that was a move before, right? I just played
Yeah.
that. I read that if I push him up, normally the threat is that once he gets to G16, I'm an Atari and he gets an extra move, because I have to fix at G17. Once he gets to F16, whatever. But I was like, I don't
Yeah.
need to go that far because I can stop early at E15 and he doesn't have an option. So I don't have to push him far enough to fix. And I can go back down and make sure he can't go any other direction either.
yeah. So in this position, it's beautiful because it just the stones end up in a lot of trouble. Now he could have tried to fight like this.
I would
So
have
now.
just played
Oh,
F13.
hold on. Yeah, I didn't have it going correctly. There we go.
F
Which
thir-
one you said?
F13.
Cut like that.
That gets complicated.
Yeah, so he can
D11.
still. Oh, now you want to play D11? Yeah.
And
So
he
he can
connects-
capture now. I mean, he can even just Atari if he wants.
Yeah.
He probably shouldn't. He should connect here, but.
Okay, that looks problematic.
But you do kill the 2 stones. You can even come down or something here, and you take a humongous top left. So-
Okay, that's fair.
Okay, but this obviously worked out great when you captured. So over here, this is a place we really I wanted to focus on. So he just connected. What should you be thinking?
To block off my right corner.
The corner.
Like my right side, I mean.
Oh, like over here.
Yeah. Well, up a little bit, but yeah, in general. That general area.
So where might he play if you were to Tanuki? Let's say you just play this.
He could reduce it P10-ish.
P10. Okay, now you play here. So how many points do you lose?
No, probably not a lot. I mean, I don't know. Doesn't look like that many.
Right. So in this case, Black cannot easily. Now, if he can invade, which is conceivable, certainly I don't expect you to play perfect defense against it, but I don't think he should be able to. You're pretty thick. If he can invade, maybe you need to spend a move here. But if not, this is a chance for you to Tanuki. He just connected. This is very small. I mean, you couldn't really do that much to him. Yeah, and then here, often, if you can, this is the shape you want to play.
I was a little worried because of how open the corner is. It's like I'm on the 4th line, so I didn't want him to have any nonsense. So
Yeah,
I was
hear
like,
you.
I'm willing to give up some points through him just playing down more versus like me just having a no cut point.
Okay, that makes sense. And it definitely it does make it much clearer that the corner is secure. So I think the idea is fine there. This is a pretty rough shape for him too. You've got a double Hane at the head of his 3 stones. So he fixes. I think he needed to. This is another move that's pretty small. How
Yeah,
many
it
points? If he ignores you, how many points do you
It's
destroy?
like a 2-point move.
It's a little more than that. So if you get to come in,
Well,
then
now
he'll
it's
have
well, you're
to-
right. Now it's worth a lot because he can't block me in every direction. So,
You know, it's probably worth, I don't know, like 7 or 8.
well, here's the problem. If I go to N11, N11, what does he do next?
He plays at 11. I think he can block,
Okay. Oh, 11.
and he'll have to connect.
Right. I guess I can't really take
Push
anything
here if
from
you
it.
want.
No. Whoa. Oh, never mind. That's not true. Never mind. I misread.
So I mean, you definitely destroy some points, but an invasion on the lower,
Yeah. I know the lower left.
Points.
I don't know why I
So-
put it off so long. I just did. I do it.
yeah,
Though.
just yeah, you do indeed get in there,
And this is where he just plays terror. What is this?
So this is actually, it can be a way to kind of throw people off, because sometimes what people will do, and actually this wouldn't necessarily be wrong either, but
I thought about that, but I said to myself, if he wants to go inside, like B3, if I take the stone at C5, that's fine. I will still
Yeah.
live now, and I'm threatening to meet up with my friends, right?
Right,
So if
yeah,
he
in
ignores
this
this, it's over.
yeah, he can't let you capture. So this is a good move to threaten to come out, and then you threaten to take the stone. I mean, he's in a rough spot here already now, and then you played the perfect move right here. This was fantastic. At this point, I think the game is definitely over.
He
I just
resigned
don't see-
immediately after this.
Yeah, he tried to kill you, but once you lived, you know. Yeah, so this was really excellent. So I think you fought very well, actually. That seems to be one of your strengths, is kind of that contact fighting. This is one of my weaknesses, and
That's why you always lose.
that is why I always lose every time.
Every game.
And I think the main thing you want to focus on is really asking yourself, and maybe taking a little more time, because I know you play very quickly. I was listening to the clicks while I was working on a paper, and you guys were going like every 5 seconds.
Ashcat and Behind, I know nothing about that stuff, by the way, so respect to you guys. They're talking about Windows things. All right, Ashcat, what do you think? Are you going to play Sokorath for us in a friendly game? Because he would need a huge handicap in a ranked game.
I'm certainly willing to.
Because Sokorath's willing, Ashcat. You're on the spot. You don't need to join Discord or anything. It can be totally normal. But one of the things I like about playing fast, by the way, Sean, is like I do think sometimes when I'm not entirely sure, like if I see a strange move, I will stop. But I find when Ashcat says yes.
Excellent.
Did Ashcat add you already or no?
I don't think so.
Ashcat
yes.
is literally
Okay.
okay. I was gonna say literally Ashcat. So
Perfect. You are now officially my strongest friend.
me too. I think right? Yeah. Yes. Yes. 100%. Yep. Glorious Cow's a 3Q, but that's so Sokorath and Glorious Cow are my second strongest, and
Yeah, so 3 down on OGS, do you have an or other sort of association ranking? I would
tell
imagine
me
that
when the game
converts to-
starts so I can refresh the page.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
all right,
no problem.
all right, she's gonna be okay. Good, awesome. Hey, can you show me something real quick in a practice board?
Okay.
You can open the practice board and I'll come in because I'm just gonna ask
Um,
you a question. You'll be able to
yeah.
answer it pretty easy.
Do you know how I open a practice board?
You click on the left
Oh,
OGS
demo board?
yes,
Okay. I
And
have
then-
one open.
and then I'll refresh and I should see it on your page. Okay, cool. All right, so when you play in the corner, 4/4 stone invade on the 3/3.
Yep.
They play whichever way, it doesn't actually matter. You play the next move with the normal, which is what Q, yeah, and then they Hane on the outside.
Mhm.
You Hane back at P18, right? And they Hane
Yep.
again.
You played this correctly earlier.
I did, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. You
So
Hane
here-
at 017. I'm sorry, cut at 017, right?
Yep.
And they're supposed to defend their cut at P16.
Right, because if black does anything else, you capture and it's a disaster.
And then
Uh-huh.
you play at N18. And then
Yep.
they play at Q18.
Uh-huh.
You take, and then do they Tanuki?
No, they definitely don't. Well, I mean, hypothetically, there could be a scenario, but the reason they played this was to keep their corner.
Okay,
And so
right.
to keep the corner, they must play there.
So the reason they would play that sequence is to get the corner and have
Right.
outside influence on one side in Gote.
Yep, so it's Gote, and they already would have had outside influence with any variation, so they're not gaining that. That's already a given. So they're keeping the influence, taking a corner, and it's not a small corner. I mean, it's 10 points.
It has the room to expand too.
And this is pretty, yeah, absolutely. A pretty genuinely an even result though, because White gets Sente, and it wasn't even his corner to begin with.
And the Panuki is so strong, like it's just there now. Like you can just leave that alone forever.
Yeah, and the Panuki's quite nice. Depending, you can either Tanuki it, but often this will be the right move because there's some very unpleasant Aji for black. Normally this descent won't work, but if he tries the double Hane, when he, wants to play here, suddenly there are greater problems because now he can't Hane. So this stand here at 016 is nice, and if you've got something in the other corner, that's a good way.
Right.
To
If this had okay, so you mean behind? You mean if this was like the last corner play and they already had moves kind of around and some bigger extensions, then maybe this would be more questionable. Sure.
Yeah. So it's
The last Hane. Kilton Ninja wants to ask about the last Hane. I assume that meant to the very end.
Was it? Oops, that's not the variation. This one here.
All right, Ashcat, we're about to be ready. R15. So the reason he can't Hane here, why is that?
Oh yeah, so black can't Hane here because now if white descends, the move to not lose the stones at A is for black to descend back. He has to play here. Normally this would work because when white turns, black can Hane. But in this case, there's this Atari, and now you've got two groups that would die. So in this case, black's now down to 1 liberty and captured.
And this is a 100% disaster.
Yeah.
Everything dies.
And so typically, yeah, I think what would actually, yeah, no problem. And so that's why this push here is very often the right follow-up if you're not going to Tanuki right
All right. Send your challenge to Ashcat. Make sure that you make sure it's unranked because you're going to get trashed.
Well, I don't mind losing rank. How do I create a challenge, actually?
You click on Ashcat's name in your friends list.
Okay.
And then you hit challenge. How do I know more about this? You've been doing this on the site for years before me.
I just...
You also play. I know you also play on the other site, so I guess it makes sense.
So, here, I'll put a good amount of time on, but I'll play quickly, so...
You yell at me for playing quickly, then you play quickly. What a jerk.
Well, I'm not gonna blitz, but yeah, I'll take rank down.
No move more than 5 seconds. Click.
Okay.
I'm excited. It's going to be good, guys.
I'm gonna get crushed.
I hope so.
Oh, I got black. That's nice.
All right, here we go. All right. Ashcat versus Sakorath, I believe. Waiting for the good luck. Yeah, there it is. Have a good game. Look at you opening with a 3-4.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Kilton Ninja's actually in the game. Look at us. So popular. You and your big Knights moves, man. You love them. I'm going to judge you the whole game, by the way.
Well, so one reason for this as opposed to the small knight Shamari is it's a little more efficient if white plays a shoulder hit or something like that to try to make you over concentrated.
Yeah, I've done that before too, Kilton Ninja. I've watched one of Sakorath's games, and I was asking him what he was thinking while he was playing. And I would go to the score estimator. That doesn't matter right now, but I'd go to the score estimator and I'd be like, "Oh, like the game thinks you're losing. Do you think that's true, or do you think it's not counting appropriate points?" And he'd be like, "Well, I think whatever." I wouldn't tell him the score, obviously. It's a little bit ridiculous, but.
This is the Joseki that's been revived by AI.
I was gonna say I was pretty sure that worked out because I was like, she has to block at P18, right? Which gives you the opportunity to save your cut.
I wonder what variation she's going to go. Ah, okay.
Solid, right? Stay solid. Never the wrong answer. So the reason that you play the N18 move is because you can reduce her wall immediately?
Well, depending on what happens in the top left corner, yeah, I might be able to play a move to kind of use it and make that wall as inefficient as I can.
So you did it on purpose because you knew you were going to approach, and you get Sente to approach at F17.
Yeah, so you could also directly play from it, something like K17. You don't have to, because white doesn't have two eyes just yet. Often what white will do is, instead of connecting, play at M17 and then give up the 4 stones in the corner for a lot of thickness. Ooh, interesting.
Looks like that stone isn't going to be very useful at N18 anymore.
I'm okay with that if I take the corner.
I've been trying to leave things on the board for Aji later. It's hard. It hurts me just because I want to get things resolved. But like I've been like trying to be like, okay, I'll leave it. Like I'll just leave it.
I have the opposite problem a lot. All right.
Leave things for too long and then realize it's too late.
Yeah, I never get around to it because I'm always afraid to start a fight that I won't necessarily be able to handle. Okay, well, if I'm gonna play for territory, let's play for territory.
I love the 3/3 invasion. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's nice just to take the shore points.
Is F18 here still good when the pincer isn't at H17?
F18. Yes. Oh, wait. Oh, we're gonna do this one. Okay.
The double honey we just talked about, the thing we just went over.
Yes. So it looks like I don't get that third.
Aren't you so glad we just talked about this?
I actually don't feel too bad about it here.
Your Panuki really plays into your top left.
Well, actually, the top left, since it's a low stone at C14 and can easily be pressed, I can't build much on that side. So the Panuki I'm just seeing as kind of a solid shape, and I'm more interested in the Sende I got to play K3. That's a very big move here.
Who do you favor in this game right now? I know you're tempted to say yourself, but I know you're pretty honest too.
Me? Well, why don't we count? So black in the top left has about 10 points right now. The Panuki is whatever, 2, I guess. So that's 12. The top right, I've got another, I don't know, it'll probably be worth at least 6. So that's 18.
8, yeah.
And then we have what?
Bottom
about
right?
25 in the bottom. So I've got like 33 points right now. Here we go.
White has the entire top middle, probably. And the bottom left. So what, like 20 points in the top?
Yeah, maybe about 20.
10
at
in the bottom
top,
left, so 30.
10 and Comey. So I'd say it's a close game. Now I need to handle this correctly. And my shape, you know.
I like how
this
Ashcat
Joseki-
stopped talking in the chat while she's playing, by the way. She is, like, focusing. She's getting ready with the
Yeah,
ear
I don't mind
move.
talking because whatever I say, Ashcat will have a much understanding anyway, so it's not like I'm going to give away some important strategy.
That's true, actually. There shouldn't be any shame in losing to anybody in like Go, but like there is a little shame. Like I would feel personal shame if I lost to Azzy during those games he challenged me at, because like he's a relatively new player and I'm like a solidified like what now 16Q. It's like I can't lose these games. I have to win. I'll shame my whole family.
Yeah, well, with a 6 stone difference, actually, I guess it's a 5 stone because you jump from 1Q to 1 down. So 5 stones, I probably can't win. I'm guessing.
I was gonna say that Azzy did challenge me for the mod ship today. I know you missed it. First game I won solidly. I won. It wasn't crazy, but by a good amount. The second game I won by like 150. so no hardship for him.
So it's unfortunate for Port. I saw you crushed him a few times. So here I am very tempted to do something that's probably wrong. My black group, my top right group has access to the outside, and so I don't think there's any move that immediately imperils it. And I really
You're
want to
Tanuki.
take that. I want to take the big extension somewhere around
D10.
R8.
Oh, wait, the other side of the board? All right.
Um,
Oh,
but yeah, actually,
yes,
I
yes,
might
yes.
even want to go closer to harass those stones. But you know what? Let's play the solid move. I'd rather not die spectacularly.
Yeah, you don't want everybody watching. There's like 10 viewers, dude.
Oh man! And I don't see a way for Ashcat to extend all the way down to my corner. Some
Yep.
problems.
Hey, medal goes out to the funniest name that's currently in my chat right now, by the way. Aggressive Sock. Here's to you. You don't have to respond if you just like to lurk, but funniest name currently in my chat. By a long shot. Aggressive
So there's
Sock.
definitely-
Yeah,
That's a solid name.
that's so good. I'm jealous of some people's Twitch names. Like, I wish that was my Twitch name.
So there is definitely Aji in the group, the white group, because my stone at S14, and the fact that it's kind of a 4-space, well, a 3-space large knight move. There's potential shenanigans there.
That makes sense.
But
Because can't you play just like on Q10, and the stone will live and it'll threaten to cut, and if she wants to
Yeah.
stay connected, you'll get all of the outside influence from it.
yeah, Q10 should live okay. But yeah, white would get a lot of outside, and I don't get that much for taking it. Yes, that's pretty good here.
You know, I know the best move on the board right now. Tengen. Tengen is always the best move.
I'm often guilty of letting my opponent build a gigantic Moyo of Doom.
Yo, that's me too. Every game, people want to build Moyos, and I always have to reduce. All right, Kilton Ninja, let me summarize. Funny enough, the variation we went over with the double Hane happened right here. So Sikoroth has a Panuki facing this way. Ashcat has this corner. Sikoroth built a framework in the bottom right. Ashcat's pressed Sikoroth's group here because she has the corner in the upper right, so there's a little bit of a squeeze going on. Upper left is Sikoroth's, but Ashcat has this entire top framework. So the game looks relatively close right now, but it really depends on this group here, I would say, because the more she presses into his shape in the upper right, the more she's going to get for the inside influence and build kind of a wall.
Okay.
That's my, understanding anyway. Plus, this group here is solid enough. Not that it can't be, invaded in a way, but it's going to probably prevent him from taking the whole middle or anything. I was favoring black before, but now I'm favoring white.
Well, I definitely like white's move at E13. It makes my Panuki not have any really exciting growth potential. But I really like my development right, and the top left corner is not small. Right now I'm trying to find a move that lets me reduce the Moyo so that it doesn't get out of hand. But maybe I could also just gobble up some territory.
I mean, you were playing a territory-based game, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the move to even answer that? Does she just Tanuki somewhere else?
Yeah, I don't think there's too much. She
You're
can
already
do.
on the third line. She can't really play like at F2 or anything. It doesn't really threaten you. You just kind of close in.
Typically, if your opponent has their stones on the third line like that, you just want to reduce from the outside. You just press down. I mean, in theory, there's an invasion at M3, but I suspect that would result in a good outcome for black.
Well, every play that she... Ooh.
There we go.
It's a little bit less pushing you down just because it's not as deep as M3, but it's still going to
Well,
push you down.
M3 is not pushing down. M3 is an invasion.
Right. I just meant it's not as aggressive as M3, but it'll still push you down. I mean, she's obviously looking to make a framework in the middle, and she has almost all access to it. You can still poke in around N14, and you still have the jump-in point from D6. But other than that, that's looking relatively solid. I guess G3 as well, but...
Okay. So these are just moves I'm playing.
So let's just pretend
based on the shape.
let's pretend for the sake of example that she played something like, I don't know, something dumb like K4. Would you
K4?
think
I would
that it was-
Hane.
I would Hane at 05, right?
Yeah, well, actually, right now, if it was at this moment, yeah, so she had to play that. If it was at that moment, I would have just played in the gap there. Um,
Man, she is compressing.
I'm really happy with the size of the corner, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of points in there. All right, you're finally poking into the middle.
So yeah, it might be a good time to count again. I say that I've got 7 in the top right. 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 33, 35 in the bottom right. So that's
I was
like
counting
42.
40, but sure.
You should always be as conservative as you can, just because it's good practice.
I think you're pushing
yeah.
on like 65 points total.
42, so 52, 53, close to 60. So white is about 10 in the lower left, plus Cone. So only needs 43 in that top Moyo and the right.
I
So-
easily see that.
Assuming I don't build anything else, of course. But
Well, it's also possible. Like the bottom left corner is probably fine, but you can press on that shape from the outside in theory.
and I still think I can invade on the right.
Like
But-
Q10 or further out, like
R10
R10. Okay,
because it threatens to link under potentially.
both sides.
Right. If I drop down to S10 afterwards, and if not, then I can run out. But if she lets me drop down to S10, I could link on either side. But that would incur damage to my corner, so I'd almost rather just play S7 and get the endgame move. But in this case,
This is a good game. I put your win percentage at 30%.
well, I would definitely take 30 at this point. So what I'm considering is something along the lines of H13 to play on the boundary line of the Moyo. There's a lot of points at stake there.
I agree, Kilted Ninja, 100%.
I would like to find a good move on the left, something like D13, but the shapes are just so strange there that I'm not really sure what I would want to play. And I don't think there's enough at stake.
I think that playing the boundary line is your better play, but this is coming from a 16Q fool, so
Yeah, I mean, this stone's not in much. It really threatens to reduce White's framework quite a bit. However, she might just attack me from the direction of her Moyo on the right and build that naturally while driving me away.
right, like try to attack with J12.
Yeah, so yeah, J12 is a good example. Because then
See,
I
I
have to
learn.
push out.
I pay attention.
Absolutely. Yeah, you've been playing well. H15. So I think H15 is a very common. It actually could be right sometimes, but I think often people want to defend their territory when they've got a Moyo like this. But usually, what you want to be thinking about is attacking, because if White just plays at H15, I could even Tanuki. Oh, White wants to kill me. This is fun. But it's also high risk. If I live, then this would be bad. If White just played H15, then I kind of made her reduce the scope of her Moyo for free. Oh boy, White's going to try to kill me. This is the worst part of my game.
I mean, I would think the same thing, Kilted Ninja, to be honest with you. We want to save as many points as we can. It would depend on how far ahead you are. If White was ahead by 30 points, that might be a fair
Yes.
move.
Absolutely. I think it's a very, very common kind of way of thinking. And just as you say, if White's winning, that's the move.
Because it's like, that's fine. Reduce me by 10 points. I still win the game, and there's absolutely no room for error at that point. You're guaranteeing, yes, I will lose these points, and that's it. But if the game's close, it's not worth the risk. I think Ashcat's viewing that if she tries to fight along what we were talking about towards the right to strengthen this group, she's probably thinking she might lose. So fighting might be the safest option that won't guarantee a loss.
I'm going to be really curious to hear Ashcat's reasoning because it seems to me like she'd be very fine just building that boy up. Okay, I think I have to fix my cut here. All right.
I'm helping.
Yes. Blood for the blood gods.
Murder the lowly 3Q. The blood gods. I didn't know I was playing Spelunky. I love all the people who come when I play Go, by the way. They're like my friendliest audience. So, do you think you're going to live?
Well, no. But that's primarily because she is 3Q.
Well, do you mean...
I mean, 3
okay,
non,
let's
sorry.
pretend that she's the same rank as you at this second.
Same rank as me.
Do you think
I'd
you're going to
have-
live now?
Well, a good way to ask the question is, do I have friends or something like 30 open spaces? Yeah, exactly. I don't really have anywhere good to run to. I'm trying to look if there's a way I can threaten eyes in 2 places at once. But if I run towards the right, I think that's really my only chance. I need more open space. J15. So I was thinking about something up in that area too. Although if I get the chance, I can almost build a full eye at K13. So I don't want to do anything to induce white to take that away from me. In fact, I think I should probably take that now. Because actually, after a move at K10 now, I would be just about alive.
I
Would
see
be
it.
alive?
I see it.
Not
No.
Well, it depends.
White
On,
can
so
take-
if she
if you play-
Tanukid, I would live. Just because I could follow up.
If
at
you play
L.
K10,
Oh, really? Oh yeah. Okay. Still, I feel okay about that.
she plays J10.
J10. J10 would make me. Yeah. I mean, there's a risk there. Oh. No.
It did.
way.
I agree, Behind. That was the thing. That's why him going to the right made more sense than up, in my opinion. It did threaten the cut, even if the cut wasn't too severe. It gave potential.
It is very possible
Here's-
Ashcat
here's-
is playing nice. Okay, so here's the question of the day. Do I live if I play...
I think you need L10, but then she just takes... No, we'd be okay.
If I play L10,
I think you're alive.
I feel pretty good about that.
She can't play L11.
I think I'm alive now. And if I'm alive, I mean, I think I've got a real shot in the game. Okay, I'll solidify that eye.
Yeah, you're alive.
Yeah, I'm definitely alive.
I think she's just stopping you from pressing more. That was a forcing move to try to solidify her Moyo as best as possible.
Yeah, well, the other thing too, yeah, that move is definitely to block off a little. So one way to count, if you're not totally sure the boundaries of the territory, yes.
That's a good move.
Yeah, that's her just desserts for E13. Because I didn't respond at C13 myself, that was kind of sitting there.
By the way, Behind said, does anybody think that I have a similar voice to Dwyron?
A little bit, I think.
I mean, you're my brother, so, like, I can understand how you wouldn't think so, but apparently you kind of agree, so...
Oh, I don't understand that move, though.
Kilted Ninja, if you remove the sarcasm, what's left? Oh, gosh.
What?
I mean, don't... Let's be fair, you also have to remove all of the skill and go. Okay, how do you feel about the game now?
Okay, so I think my lower right is as big as the top. Then I've got the top left corner, the top right, and let's say the top left balances out the bottom left. So I have the top right, and then 2 small groups to cancel out whatever she builds on the right. And then Komi. So I suspect white is still winning, but I feel much better about things.
I agree, Behind. As a side note, Kilton Ninja, one of my favorite things about being able to stream the way I do, I feel I don't want to ever become the streamer that I can't answer what people say in chat, right? I actually read every single comment, unless I might be slow sometimes, but I read every comment. I can respond to them if they're directed at me, and I like that sort of interaction with the audience. I would feel sad to not be able to do that, and I know it becomes harder the more views you get. So like I know there's people who are running with like 2,000 concurrent views, and that makes it very challenging to read every comment because they come so fast, and I understand that. So it does become hard, and they do their best, and I respect it. But I just don't ever want to be in a situation where I can't answer those. So I'm glad. Like right now I got 12 viewers according to my thing, which is a little bit behind usually, but right around 12 viewers. I'm good with that. I don't need more than 12 viewers. Like, sure, would I like them? Yeah, I'd take them. But even if you were all speaking simultaneously, I could still read everything that happens and I could respond. With a slight delay, of course. I'd probably have to like read like 10 at once and try to respond as I go. But I would do that. I'm fine with that. And that matters to me. It's like when people ask, would you rather be rich or would you rather be famous? I would rather be famous, not rich. Being rich would be nice, but I like the interaction with people. Like the reason you're famous is because people like you and they want to interact with you, and that matters a lot more to me is the interaction. So whenever I watch someone else's broadcast, I like to watch people who will answer when you speak. And I'm not saying I blame people who don't. It's a different style of broadcasting too. Some people broadcast solely off talent, right? They say, look, I'm really, really, really good at this game. You watch because you want to see solid gameplay, not because of the interaction. And that's a totally fair way to do it. I do not judge them. I do not begrudge them. Just not the kind of thing that I like to watch personally and not what I'm aiming for. I like to be good at stuff, but it's just not the same sort of thing. It's like some people broadcast themselves building stuff. Like a friend of mine on Twitch, Hunchkado. He's rated us a couple times. I've rated him before. Hunchkado once, at least once, recorded himself building IKEA furniture. And it's like, okay, not necessarily for me, but like, I get it, right? You're just living your real life and you're just kind of sharing it with people.
Of course.
That's fair behind. There is a loss of privacy that goes along with it. But I would be okay with it. I don't do anything in my private life that I feel is so integral that I, like, would have a problem, I guess. And I know that, like, it's still nice to be alone sometimes. So I wouldn't want to be so famous that people try to follow me to my house kind of thing. But famous enough that people recognize me. I have never once been recognized in real life as who I am. Nobody's ever said like, oh my gosh, you're that guy, Kerpus136. That's never happened. I don't think it necessarily will happen, but that would be nice. I would love to like go into like, I don't even know, the mall and be like, people be like, oh my god, it's him. Like, that would be fun for me. I don't expect it to happen, but it would be fun.
I'm trying to figure out how I can play for the most dying in the top right.
You don't want to die in the top right?
I would like to live, yeah.
Yeah, behind. I don't want to be stalked. I don't want people showing up at my house kind of thing. That would bother me, for sure. I don't expect, like, movie star fame. Like, that's the kind of fame I don't want. But, like, just, like, people, like, wanting to, like, be around me or care what I'm doing. Like, that's kind of okay. Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't mind that. If I'm in the store, in a public place, I don't mind people who would, like, want autographs or something. That would make me happy. I would feel bad for my girlfriend, though, because I'm sure she wouldn't want the attention, and she'd be with me, I assume. Yeah, as long as I can be alone when I'm in my house, I don't care. Once I'm outside the house, I don't mind being bothered. Alright, I'm going to do a score estimator because I don't want to count right now. Okay, it's obviously, it's counting a lot of points as nobodies, so that's not an accurate score estimate. All of that. It probably is. It's yet to be determined is the point. Because if black can get a move over here or something, those might be black's points. But otherwise, I'm looking right now at F, like, 8.
F8, you said?
Yeah.
I don't think there's many points in the middle right now. The biggest move on the board, in my opinion, is B13. Oh, well, you were actually quite close to what our 3-Don went for. This move's pretty huge, though. It threatens to... Oh, it will connect, actually.
Yep, that's what I was saying. That looked like a big spot on the board for me. This is points for Ashcat. Yep, there we go. There's the points. Look at the score estimator, just changed his entire mind. Well, actually didn't really, but that's because it thinks black's making points now too. So I guess it equals.
So I just developed quite a few points on the left.
Yep,
I
yep.
think
It balanced out. It balanced out. What it thought, what happened before anybody played there, and then after is the same. The score estimator.
So whatever happens, I'm happy with this game has turned. I got what I wanted. I lived from the attack. So if I made an error in judgment and I didn't take enough points, that's okay. I can live with that.
This is a respectable game considering the difference in skill. Like, that's how I feel.
Yeah.
I thought you would lose a major group.
I thought I might die in the middle myself, but
yeah, I never get these games Tilted Ninja. Can I just throw that out there? There is always fighting, and more fighting.
So part of that, I don't know what her style typically is, but I tend to be a very peaceful player myself. Even that invasion is I don't really like to do. I felt like I had to.
This game, it says it's close right now, dude.
Yeah, it is. There's a few moves I should have taken. So D14 is Sente, N15 is Sente.
So what do you think about those points that you're showing up in the middle right there? Like, if you take something like E5.
I'm thinking about it, but it's very hard to build that way, and she should not respond at F9 here. I did it mostly for my own shape. She should play a big move elsewhere. I mean, the capture at S9 is pretty gigantic too. Yeah, okay, well, that's fine.
Basically where I told you to play, more or less.
Yeah,
Hers is
I'm
just
not
more
gonna
solid with the
play
whole
that
shape.
area.
The area's dead now. There's no points to be had. As long as you're connected. Are you connected?
Yes.
Does
so
she have any
if
way to disconnect you at F8?
So F8?
Those two stones. I know they're
then I
diagonally
just connect
connected.
up to the right. So I'm looking at the Hane at T18. It's pretty huge. And I don't really see any way that I could be killed afterwards. But I also want to capture that stone. I think I'm going to Hane. That's very big. You know what? I should actually also... I've got so many moves I need to play. I need to poke into the Moyo up top now, too.
Why don't you take the stone at S9?
Yeah, that's big. It's very big. I think first I need to play K14, though. Sente is pretty hugely important.
Oh, I see why K14's big, because she has to defend at L14, so you get another poke into K15.
Okay, I think that move will be Gote. It would have been big for me to play there, because it threatens to poke in a little, but... Oh, very
And you have to go right to L14, right? There's no... Huh. Okay, I get that. I get that. It's not worth taking the stone? Oh, I guess it's alive no matter what. Never mind. Retracted. Look at me giving you suggestions on where to go, by the way. I'm helping.
Oh, you never know.
Yeah, we've
You
increased
could
to
definitely find...
12 viewers watching you right now. You gotta perform, man.
I'm trying. Like I said, I'm not performance. I don't know what the score estimate that you pulled up said, but
It says you're losing.
that's too bad.
Razor thin margins. It still doesn't know how to make any points in the around F7.
Oh yeah, there's no points there for either person.
Other than that, it's pretty honest. I think this game's gonna come down to end game like heavily though. I think it could sway.
And unfortunately,
I don't be hiding. I don't. It's always like I think there could be 1 or 2 points here, which it's giving nothing for. There's still reductions to be had to into people's territory. There's still end game to be played that's not taking account for, obviously. So we'll see. I usually give it like credit of about 20 points. Yep, absolutely. You will.
Yeah, the score estimator on OGS for some reason way worse than on the other sites. Like TieGym tends to be a very accurate one. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's around 20 points is not an unreasonable estimate.
If you take D9, not now, but in the future, does she have to answer?
D9,
No, right?
if I play there? No, it does take a point away, and it threatens to build a couple points myself.
But it's not really integral right now, obviously.
Oh, that'd be excellent. Yeah, I like OGS is definitely my favorite server, despite its very, very harsh ratings compared to the others and the tough score estimate. It's just such a nice interface.
Throw us bits at OGS. I could use those bits too.
That one. I don't understand that move.
7Yoon1 is now following. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. I get all of my best followers during Go.
The fact that I don't understand that move scares me a little bit.
You're just going to ignore it?
Yeah, that's a general principle when in doubt, Tanuki.
I think it's, what if she plays G7, you connect... Oh, she can't block you, right? Never mind. Welcome to the club, even though you seem to probably know other people. Yeah, I'd be hiding. I stream other things too. Go is like my variety stream. I do it sometimes once a week. I might do it twice this coming week, maybe. It's a Friday Sunday thing at the most. Tuesdays and Thursdays I got my Dota audience. They rely on my expertise. I'm way better at Dota than I am at Go. That's not really hard to accomplish. This is exciting, dude. This is getting close.
Yeah.
It's really close. Let me look. This one, no. It does not. And this one, no. This is the first time, my friend. Here. This is the second. Centered here. It's all fine.
All right. Yeah, I do definitely have to respond to that.
It thinks those stones are dead, so it's messing everything up. White's still ahead, but it's fun behind. They've changed Dota so dramatically, like way dramatically. They've copied a bunch of stuff from LoL now. They took stuff from other games, I think, like Han. They've changed everything. It's so different. I don't even know how to feel about it anymore.
Point reverse Sente, 2 points Gote. Reverse Sente.
This is so close, dude.
Ashcat
wins her last periods, though.
Yeah, she still has L5.
I know. She has time. I'm just saying, like, you can take your time. You can take a lot of time.
Yeah, I should. Let's see. Well, okay. So this is a good chance to really think about endgame. So C15 is worth 1 point in Sente for white, which means it would be a reverse Sente 1 point for me. I can play it E19
Yep,
for
I'm
a
seeing.
2-point Gote move. And similarly, A4 would be a 2-point Gote move.
Take the Sente first, right? Oh, it's not Sente, I guess. It's still
well,
Gote for you to play.
So double Sente before Sente before first Sente before Gote. So I would like. I don't really have any Sente moves now, except I guess.
Kurashiro 12345. Thank you for follow. Much appreciation.
So R6 is worth a point, and then it has a 1-point Sente follow up. But and then I'm thinking about a move like O10, but then Shilatari, I'll connect. Shilatari, Alatari.
He
I
said
don't gain
L14 is Sente, but it's a Dame point, so it doesn't do anything for you.
L, where?
L14. It's the Dame, so it doesn't. It's Sente, but it doesn't really help you.
Oh yeah. That's true. Wait, this actually is worth more than it looks like.
I
Because
thought
if
about. I was looking at that. I wasn't sure if that worked though.
it doesn't work to give me much unless I separate white.
I was
Because-
actually looking at that, and I didn't know like what the dealio was with that.
Because if I can cut white and build a point for myself, white's I at M16 becomes false, or not false, but she has to connect there with that big group. Yeah, so she's going to do that directly, which means I can actually build another point. Oh, but it's not Sente. Oh, actually, that's frustrating. Might have been a mistake. So if I
And-
connect
And
Atari,
12.
Atari.
It denies white a point, but it's not Sente.
Yeah, okay, that was a mistake. That could easily cost me. Because now white can take a stone. Yep. My bad.
Game still thinks it's close because you gained some points in the process.
N10? Oh, well, that would also... I can capture.
Yeah, now, but otherwise it would have been.
Oh, that was before I said it.
Don't
so
worry, I got your back behind, and I know you were talking about before you played that.
So white can take 1 point, Gote there. That was worth a point. But that it could be worth another point in a moment. I should play here.
Whoa. Okay, never mind. Yeah, it's not too bad though. The stream delay is pretty close behind. It's about it's just he also can't look right away. You know what I mean? Like I don't read your thing immediately either because I'm looking at the plays. So the what is like 5 to 7 seconds turns into 15 seconds because of that. All adds up.
Oh, I really need to play 015 too. And that means 015 incoming from Ashcan.
Yeah, I thought about that one too. That's true, Kilton Ninja, like us.
Yeah, even so, I consider myself to play fast, and you are definitely much blitzier.
Well, my opponents play faster than me usually, dude. It's crazy.
I do have to be careful. If she takes one more liberty on my 5-stone G7, there's a dangerous sequence. Might be worth trying to read it out.
Q6 is semi-senti-ish for black.
I knew it. I knew it.
I'll be honest with you, I don't think it's gonna matter.
Q6, yeah, Q6 at this stage is probably Sente. If I get to play it, Gote for her, so reverse Sente. but definitely a big move.
The game's gonna come down to under 10 points,
Well, that's good.
most likely.
Okay.
It thinks it's right around there. So we can pick up 10 points, man.
I'm down by that much.
It says it's fluctuating 8.5, 9.5, 9.5.
Okay. Yeah.
9.5,
Yeah,
9.5. Would you like me to keep saying 9.5? Because it keeps saying that.
No.
it'll
Pass
be-
on that.
I think it'll be okay. All right, awesome.
Well, let's see. Is there anything else I can do here?
But considering the 5 stone difference behind, it's pretty respectable, you know?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'll definitely take it. Okay, I think the last point now. Oh, well, there's this.
You are correct, friend. G6 is still worth a point.
It is not actually.
Because she can force you to connect.
Yes. So it would be a point in other circumstances. But yeah, it's if it were connected on the left, that's why it was valuable. Disconnect me. Okay, so she just connected there. I don't need to respond to that, so I can start this little sequence here. It costs at least half a point for her if she has to, or well, it makes it a half point co. I'm trying to say. All right, co-threat time. Not that it matters if I'm down. Let's start here. Oh, that's actually a very good point. That's worth a full point, isn't it? Yeah, because I'd have if she played G6.
We should play it now then. As your
I'd have
co-threat.
to connect. Yeah, that's.
It's not
means
really a
we'll
threat,
draw
but
here. And now it takes away that throw in Aji where she could have potentially killed me earlier.
she failed.
So,
Then the game's over, man.
yeah, I'm just gonna connect to make sure the score estimator gets it right.
8.5. E15.
Yes.
Oh, for a threat, sure, yeah.
That'd be a very good threat too, because it would actually end up being 2 threats because she has to capture, and then I later get the Atari at F16. So I believe that should be it, based on how long she's taking. I think
Resign.
She agrees. You definitely don't want to resign when it's this late. It's rude. Okay, so I lose by 9.5.
That was a close one, man.
Yep. Looks like White had a pretty steady lead through much of it. Yeah, let's see here. Good old Katago. So it was still okay through this capture.
Wait, are you doing a review right now?
Oh, I'm just looking at Katago's. I want to see where it really thinks I fell behind.
The key moves were pass, apparently. Pass, pass, and E19. Oh, sorry, it's changing it. Why does it think key moves were pass?
So where? Okay, this is interesting. I guess I just kind of. It looks like they felt I was just too slow. Okay, so let's do a quick review, and we can get off, I suppose. So, you know what I found is interesting with Katago, it actually gives black early on. Most of the AI I'm used to give the lead to white at the beginning of the game.
Tell
Hey,
when
no
your review
worries,
was
good
started.
game. So
Ashcat, well played, well played.
yes,
Let me ask you a question, Ashcat. Were you going easy on Sokorath because of the difference? Or was that just like a really close game? Tell me when your little review is up. I want to watch.
So I'm in the main game. Can you see it? No. Oh, all right. Then I'll open a review. Oh, that's too bad because I wanted
Oh, I see it.
the AI open. Here, maybe I'll have it open on 2 screens, and I'll be able to see both.
That was a glorious game. Now it's my turn to face Ash Cat. No, I'm just playing.
That'd be a really fun one.
That would not be fun. I can't
Okay.
beat you with a 9-stone handicap.
Oh, you were trying to keep it close. Alas.
Full disclosure.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, you definitely, and the bot feels like you had a pretty strong lead from relatively early on.
That's a tough skill. That is a tough skill, honestly.
Yeah, they actually say kind of the highest expression of skill is if you can make it so that you win by 1 point against a weaker player. Okay, so well, anyway, I'll review to the best of my ability, and of course, Ashcat can let me know where
And
I went astray.
And don't take a year either, because my stream is supposed to end 9 minutes ago, but I want to watch this.
Yeah, I'll go pretty quick. So up till here, it's all pretty much Joseki, and I think this is okay for me. I think the game is relatively even at this point, and the bot still felt okay about that. And this move, I think it was after this that I really started to slip.
This is where the game went downhill. Move 48.
Yeah, the bot really didn't like me pushing up here, and I guess I can see why. There's not much that I can build on the left side, so this is kind of a wasted move. And of course, in the game, yeah, white immediately took here to reduce the value of it while building her Moyo. So yeah, I think this was really a turning point in that regard. Bot felt okay about this, but here it wanted me to be a little more aggressive. Actually, thought I should poke right on in this way, which makes sense because Tiger's Mouth,
That makes sense to me. I mean,
the solid connection like that. Yeah, I think you did there. So let me see. Yeah, so you fixed like that. This move, let me see. Did the bot hate it?
it's too small.
Oh no, actually the bot thought that was fine.
Really?
But now I guess what it wants me to do is invade directly. So even after you jump, it says that I should come in either here or 1 space lower. Interesting.
That's crazy. Things
Yeah.
Go players
So-
can get away with.
I guess this move was just too slow, and then you got to build some extra thickness. And by this point, the game was already well in White's favor.
I don't know. That's what I said. It was around here that I said it looks. I changed my mind. It looks better for white.
Yeah. Now, I was actually a little surprised when you played the very killy variation over here. Do you think you could have killed me if you hadn't been kind of trying to keep it close?
That's a good question, Ash Cat. I feel like you could have killed him. Like 100%.
Yeah, that was my inclination. I thought I was going to die.
And you said it multiple times. It was twice, I think. You're like, yeah, I'm gonna die here.
Yeah, like up till here, it felt all pretty reasonable. I mean, I guess I could see where the cut was kind of scary.
Wow, make the cut scary. Show me.
Oh, right. So let's say White, I don't know, just tries to keep me in.
She said
So
she could have
now-
killed, but she wanted points on the side more.
Ah, okay, interesting.
That's fair, actually,
Makes
because how many points did he end up really reducing? Probably about 30, right?
Semayun. We got a message. Yeah, so
Semiyun is watching our game.
yes, I just got a message also.
Because what, you reduced about 30 points by invading, right?
I don't know. I mean, if we say I have 10, well, it depends because I came out and she got a wall. So
That's well, I meant just what you took up as space of hers ended up being around 30, right? What she
Well-
gained by solidifying on the right.
I don't know why I picked letters here, but
I
think I
don't know
only
why
took
you
this
would pick
away.
letters too.
I think I only took these points away. It wasn't 30 here. In the corner it would be, but I only lived with like 2 points myself.
No, I just meant what you denied, but I guess you're right because she wouldn't have got some of those points anyway. So yeah,
Right, she
I kind
ran
of
me
agree with
out.
I kind of agree with her then because she solidified a lot of points.
Excellent. That's my philosophy as well. So I think that was really what this game was a good example of, was just kind of two peaceful players where one is much better at everything, but also I think that outside thickness and using that to develop. I had too many territorial moves that just weren't big enough. So I think that'd be the main thing I take away with the review.
I'm kind of a violent player. I pretend that I'm not a violent player, but then I get in these fights all the time. I don't know how I start them, but I just do. So I feel like I'm kind of a lie. Who's messaging? Why are they messaging you?
People want to play games.
Oh, now Semiyun wants to play with you?
Yes.
Isn't Semiyun a 22Q?
I have no idea.
It looks like it's Semiyun's 0. 22Q. Must be a Smurf account.
Actual 9-down pro.
It could be.
Yeah, sometimes you're. So I don't know if you ever play on TieGem, but constant fights no matter what you do. I try to be so peaceful, but I end up having to kill.
Oh yeah, Go Badook? Totally not your account. Alright, are you nearing the end of the review? Or you're still going? Hurry up.
Yeah, the review's all done.
Okay, that's all you really wanted? Okay, cool.
Yeah, by this point the game's already decided.
How much was it in White Saber at that point? Like 90.
About, by that point, like 80%. Looks like.
That's pretty big. Alright. I'm going to see if anybody else is playing Go right now on Twitch, because I would love to show them some love. I always like to bring my audience to the same kind of game I'm playing. If not, that's okay. No, it's just me. It's just me. Alright, if that's the case, then instead, we will find somebody else who we often show love to, but not too often. That's a tough one. That's a really tough one. Everybody's playing all kinds of things that I don't use. Okay, there we go. That's good. Thanks for coming, Kilton Ninja. And we gotta face each other at some point, so don't forget. Don't you forget.
Good night, everybody.
Alright, I am going to raid Dark Positron. I did not spell it right, obviously. Try again. Dark Positron.
Oh.
There we go. We're gonna raid Dark Positron. I haven't been here in a long time, but I have been here before. They're currently playing GTFO, which I have not played yet, even though I had beta access, and now it's in early access now. But we'll see what this game's all about. Maybe it's one of the games I'll be picking up soon. So I'll be back. I'm sure my brother appreciates it. I'll be back Tuesday for more Dota 2, even though Tuesday is Christmas Eve, I think. I don't know, actually. I have to decide that yet. I should probably get to that. I'll message on Discord confirming whether or not I'll be playing, because I got some other stuff going on too. But I appreciate you guys for watching. I'll see you all next time.